Good afternoon. Welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, July the 29th, 2014. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Avalos. Avalos present. Supervisor Breed. Breed present. Supervisor Campos.
Present.
Campos present. President Chu.
Present.
Chu present. Supervisor Cohen.
Present.
Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell.
Present.
Farrell present. Supervisor Kim. Kim present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee. Yee present. Mr. President, all members are present.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Colleagues, we have meeting minutes from June 24th, board meeting, as well as June 23rd and June 25th, special meeting minutes of the Budget Committee. Could I have a motion to approve those minutes? Motion by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Kim. Without objection, those meeting minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
I have no communications today, Mr. President.
And if you could read our consent agenda.
Items 1 through 2 comprise the consent calendar. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Roll call.
On items 1 and 2, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those resolutions are adopted. Item 3.
Item 3 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to authorize the Department of Public Health to enter into operating leases for equipment.
Colleagues, can we do this same house, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is finally passed. Item 4.
Item 4 is an ordinance to deappropriate and reappropriate $23 million in wastewater revenue bonds for the Wastewater Enterprises North Shore to the Channel Force Main project and placing $8.47 million on Controller's Reserve and amending the adopted capital appropriation in fiscal year 2014 through 15.
Same house, same call. This resolution is finally passed. Next item.
Item 5 is an ordinance to retroactively appropriate and deappropriate approximately $653,000 in the fire department surplus expenditures to support increased overtime in fiscal year 2013 through 14.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is finally passed.
Item 6 is an ordinance to retroactively appropriate and deappropriate approximately $76,000 in the Department of Emergency Management surplus to support increases in overtime for fiscal year 2013 through 14.
Same house, same house. Without objection, this ordinance is finally passed. Next item.
Item 7 is an ordinance to appropriate $24 million of city taxable general obligation bonds, Series 2014, for the Seismic Safety Loan Program in the Mayor's Office of Housing in 2014 through 15.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is finally passed. Next item.
Item 8 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to create a cancer presumption for firefighter and police officer industrial disability and death as a result of duty retirement benefits.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is finally passed. Next item.
Item 9 is an ordinance to amend the building code to establish a procedure for maintaining and registering vacant or abandoned commercial storefronts and the inclusion of the imposition of a registration fee.
Same house, same call. Without objection, this ordinance is finally passed. Item 10.
Item 10 is an ordinance to modify or waive certain required contracting procedures in the administrative code as applied to the design build for the Terminal 1 Center renovation and the Boarding Area B reconstruction projects.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is finally passed. Next item.
Item 11, ordinance to amend the administrative code by adding Chapter 53A to establish the city's Urban Agriculture Incentive Zones Act and create local procedures for implementation.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is finally passed. Madam Clerk, if we could call items 12 through 16.
Item 12 through 16 are the ordinances authorizing settlement of the following lawsuits filed by the following individuals and amounts. Item 12 is from Jay Korber against the city for approximately $4 million filed on April 12, 2013. 13 filed by Yerba Buena Consortium and the Tenants and Owners Development Corporation against the city, filed on August 19. 14 was filed by Leanne Crocker against the city for $45,000, filed on May 21st, 2013. 15 by Siboney McHullough against the city for $250,000, filed on January 5th. And item 16 was filed by Rowena Seto against the city for $225,000, filed on July 18th, 2012.
Colleagues, same house, same call. Without objection, these ordinances are finally passed. Item 17.
Item 17 was filed by Karamed Connolly against the city for $3.5 million, filed on January 27th, 2012.
Colleagues, could I have a motion to excuse Supervisor Breed? Motion by Supervisor Marr, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Without objection, she shall be excused. And with that, could we take a roll call vote on item 17?
On item 17, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Marr. On item 17. Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 9 ayes and 1 no.
The ordinance is finally passed. Item 18.
Item 18 was filed by the Friends of Appleton Wolford Libraries and the Coalition for a Better North Beach Library and Playground against the city, filed on July 27th, 2011. It's a settlement of a lawsuit.
Roll call.
On item 18, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is finally passed. Item 19.
Item 19 is an ordinance to amend the police code regarding street artist certificate fee waivers for honorably discharged veterans, to grant refunds to honorably discharged veterans who file a refund claim on or before July 1st, 2015 for any fees collected between January 1st, 2009 and July 1st, 2014.
Same house, same call. This ordinance is passed in the first reading. Let's call item 20 and 21 together.
Item 20 and 21 are the two ordinances to appropriate approximately $106 million and $58 million, respectively, in 2014 series earthquake safety and emergency response general obligation bond proceeds to the Department of Public Works in fiscal years 2014 through 15 for necessary repairs and seismic improvements.
Same house, same call. These ordinances are passed in the first reading. Item 22.
Yes. Item 22 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Recreation and Park Department to accept and expend a California Department of Parks and Recreation's Land and Water Conservation Fund grant of approximately $250,000 to support the development of Phase 1 of the McLaren Bike Park project from October 1st, 2013 through June 30th, 2016.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 23 is a resolution authorizing the Recreation and Park Department to accept and expend a grant from the Yellow Pages of $100,000 to support the construction of the vertical garden component at the Golden Gate Park Community Garden from August 1st through November 30th, 2013.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 24.
Item 24 is a resolution to approve a contract with Brookville Equipment Corporation for the rehabilitation of 16 President's Conference Committee historic streetcars and related tools, training, and spare parts in an amount not to exceed $34 million and for a 6-year term to commence following board approval.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 25 is a resolution to approve Amendment Number 4 to an existing airport contract for the construction management for Terminal 3 Boarding Area E and refurbishment project between PGH Wong Engineering and the city in an amount not to exceed $12 million.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 26, resolution to approve modification number 3 to an existing airport contract for construction management support services for the runway safety area program between Parsons Brinkerhoff and the city not to exceed $14.7 million.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 27.
Item 27, resolution to authorize the Department of Public Health to submit an application to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for up to $990,000 in the active transportation program.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 28.
Item 28 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the lease of real property for 5 years at 258A Laguna Honda Boulevard with True Laguna for the use by the Office of the Public Defender at an initial monthly rent of $3,500 from estimated commencement date of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2019.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Let's call items 29 through 33, which are contract amendments from DPH.
Items 29 through 23 are for four resolutions to approve contract amendments between the Department of Public Health and the following entities for service and increased amounts. For Edgewood Center to provide mental health services for children and youth and families, increasing the not-to-exceed amount from $29 million to approximately $37 million from July 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2015. Item 30 is amending two contracts with the Richmond Area Multi-Services to provide behavioral health services in an amount not to exceed $42.5 million for the term of July 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2015. Item 31 is for Health Right 360 to provide outpatient and residential mental health and substance abuse treatment services to San Francisco residents and increasing the total contract amount of $42.4 million to $64.5 million, July 1st, 2010 through December 31st, 2015. Item 32 is for MedImpact Healthcare Systems to provide third-party pharmacy administration services and extending the contract term December 31st, 2015 for an amount not to exceed approximately $22 million. And item 33, Health Right 360 for fiscal intermediary services for behavioral health services and primary care programs, extending the contract terms by 4 years through December 31st, 2018, and increasing the contract amount by $53 million.
Same House, same call. These resolutions are adopted. Item 34.
Item 34 is a resolution to authorize a no-cost neutral host license agreement for the public safety building premises located at 1351 3rd Street with New Singular Wireless for a 10-year term.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 35.
Item 35 is a resolution to approve the emergency public work contract between the Public Utilities Commission and Monterey Mechanical under the Administrative Code to perform immediate work to repair the Sonol Valley Water Treatment Plant, San Antonio Pump Station, for an amount not to exceed $5 million.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 36 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the extension of the lease between the City and Empress for the Empress Hotel at 144 Eddy Street for use by the Department of Public Health for a 10-year term beginning July 1st, 2014 for an approximate $61,000 monthly in the initial year.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 37.
Item 37, resolution to retroactively approve a lease agreement with the Unified School District for real property at 1235 Mission Street for the Human Services Agency at an initial rate of approximately $216,000 per month for a term of 11 years and 10 months from July 1st, 2014 through April 30th, 2026.
Same House, same call. This resolution is adopted. Next item.
Item 38 is a resolution designating the Small Business Exchange to be the outreach newspaper for the African American community, Chinese and Hispanic communities, the Tsingtao Daily and the World Journal to be the outreach newspapers for the Chinese community, El Reportero to be the outreach newspaper for the Hispanic community, the San Francisco Bayview for the African American community, the Bay Area Reporter for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community, the Central City Extra for the Western Edition to be the neighborhood outreach newspaper for the Western Edition neighborhood, the Northside Publications, Marina Times to be the neighborhood outreach newspaper for the Northern San Francisco neighborhood, the West Portal Monthly to be the neighborhood outreach paper for the West Portal neighborhood, and the Potrero View to be the neighborhood outreach newspaper for the city and county of San Francisco, for the Potrero Hill, Dogpatch, Bayview, Soma, Mission Bay neighborhoods to provide outreach advertising for fiscal years 2014 through 15.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, just a point of order, and I think it's to the mayor's office about this item. This is item number 38 about outreach advertising in the neighborhood newspapers. So my question is really how are these papers selected, and what's the criteria that is used?
Thank you, Supervisor. Jason Elliott from the mayor's office through the president. I was unaware we were going to get into this subject matter, so if you would permit, I'll call someone from the department to come downstairs immediately. Or it seems like Supervisor Farrell was. If you want.
Supervisor Farrell.
Sure, I'm happy to comment on it, but if you want to wait, maybe for some of the mayor's staff. But I will just say we heard that in Budget and Finance Committee last week, and this is, there are certain papers that are responsive to the criteria set forth, and those were a list that we approved. And then Supervisor Marr was at Budget Committee as well last week, and there were a number of papers that were actually non-responsive because they didn't meet certain criteria, for instance, being printed outside of San Francisco and so forth. And as in past practice, as this board has done, we included actually all of those vendors that actually responded to the RFP. There were a number of vendors that were asked to respond that did not respond. All those that did respond, we actually ended up including in this list. So, but if you want to hear from the mayor's team,
Thank you.
Perhaps you should do that as well.
So I'd like to hear the mayor's team before we do this vote. I'm unfamiliar with exactly the process, so I'm not quite sure what motion to make at this point.
So, colleagues, if we can, without objection, move this item to later on in the meeting. If I could ask the mayor's representative if you could let us know when there's someone ready to answer these questions. That should be the case. Let's call items 39 and 40 related to ESER.
Items 39 through 40 are two resolutions authorizing and directing the sale of a not-to-exceed amount of approximately $106 million in aggregate principal amount of City and County of San Francisco general obligation bonds, earthquake safety and emergency response bonds 2014, and item 40 is $58 million in aggregate principal amount in San Francisco general obligation bonds for the 2010 series, authorizing the execution, authentication, and registration of said bonds, providing for the manner of a competitive sale, approving the forms of the official statement, the official notice of sale, and notice of intention to sell the bonds.
Same house, same call. These items are approved and adopted. Item 41.
Item 41, resolution to retroactively authorize for the fiscal year 2012-13 the Recreation and Park Department to accept and expend an approximate $158,000 grant from the Parks Alliance to support various recreation and park department operations.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 42 and 43 related to the multifamily housing revenue bonds.
Item 42 is the resolution declaring the intent of the city to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of future bonded indebtedness, authorizing the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to submit an application and related documents to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of residential mortgage revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $375 million for 1500 and 1580 Mission Street. Item 43 is the exclusive negotiation agreement for 1500 through 1580 Mission Street, a resolution approving the agreement and letter of intent with the related California Urban Housing for the potential city purchase of the property at an estimated purchase price of $253 million.
Same house, same call. These resolutions are adopted. Item 44.
Item 44, resolution providing for the issuance and not to exceed amount of $400 million in aggregate principal amount of San Francisco's general obligation bonds, earthquake safety and emergency response 2014 series.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Colleagues, why don't we skip over the 3 p.m. special orders and do a couple committee reports before our 2:30 special order. Item 51, Madam Clerk.
Item 51 and 52 were considered by the Government Audit and Oversight Committee at a regular meeting on Thursday, July 24th, and forwarded to the Board as a committee reports. Item 51 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Emergency Management to accept and expend an increase to fiscal year 2013 Bay Area Urban Area Securities Initiative grant funds in an amount of approximate $1 million for a total of $23.6 million from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for the period of September 1st, 2013 through May 31st, 2015.
Same house, same call. These resolutions are adopted. Next item.
Item 52, resolution to approve a contract for operating the Sheriff's Jail Commissary and Inmate Trust Fund accounting and management system between Keefe Commissary Network and the City for a 3-year term ending August 31st, 2017 with a guaranteed annual minimum income of $590,000.
Same house, same call. This resolution is adopted. Item 53.
Items 53 through 60 were considered by the Rules Committee at a special meeting on Thursday, July 24th, and forwarded to the Board as committee reports. Item 53, ordinance to amend the Administrative Code to rename the Energy Efficiency Steering Committee as the Energy Efficiency Coordinating Committee, reauthorizing the committee for 1 year, to change the qualifications for membership on the committee, and to revise the committee's powers and duties.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Chu. I'm proud to sponsor this community-driven piece of legislation that reestablishes an important coordinating committee, the Energy Efficiency Coordinating Committee, which was unanimously supported by the Rules Committee last week. Global warming and climate change are real threats, and our San Francisco city efforts must step up across the board. We need both renewable energy and need to be more efficient with our energy usage. The coordinating committee's goals are to comprehensively catalog all energy efficiency programs in our city, advise on new policies for the city to consider, and lastly, identify revenue streams to fund additional work. This coordinating committee emerged in 2009 as the city received different stimulus funds from the federal government, and grassroots, community-based, and environmental justice organizations became involved looking for more equitable spending in our energy efficiency and green jobs creation in our city. This legislation will not only make San Francisco more energy efficient, but will focus on healing environmental injustices and also will help promote green-collar jobs in our city, especially in low-income communities. The legislation was also unanimously supported by the Small Business Commission, as they collectively recognize the savings energy efficiency can bring to small businesses in our city. Also, our Department of the Environment has been central in the creation of this steering committee and work in our city. They're also supportive of the measure, and we've been working with a strong community coalition, including the Emerald Cities Steering Committee of the Emerald Cities Collaborative, PODER. I'd like to thank Charlie Sciamas and Antonio Diaz and Oscar Grande and others for working on this. Also, Brightline Defense, I'd like to thank Joshua Arce and others, but especially Avni Jamdar, the director of Emerald Cities here in our city, for the amount of work they've all put into this. And I hope you all support this important steering committee and ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is passed on the first reading. And item 54.
Item 54 was recommended as amended with a new title. It's a motion to amend the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order by adding Rule 2.12.1 to establish communication procedures for hearings on matters referred to the Youth Commission.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Chu. Madam Clerk, I wanted to say that this is an important ordinance that will help ensure that we have a stronger youth voice in our deliberations here at the Board of Supervisors. So I'm proud to announce this motion that amends the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order by adding Rule 3.43 to establish scheduling procedures for hearings on matters referred to the Youth Commission, and this was unanimously passed by our Rules Committee. I wanted to thank our clerk, Angela Calvillo, and Rick Caldera as well for their input so that this can be supported by our clerk's office, but also really proudly emphasized by our Youth Commission and youth leaders as an important new policy in our city. It's an honor to carry this piece of legislation along with my co-sponsor, Supervisor David Campos. The Youth Commission has asked for the Board of Supervisors' help in achieving their charter mandate, which is promoting a stronger and more meaningful youth voice in the Board of Supervisors and the committee's deliberations. But with so much of our business happening during the middle of the day, many young people are required to be in school at that time. In fact, they're mandated to be in school, and they're effectively barred from regularly participating if we schedule our hearings and meetings during the day. What I proposed on Thursday, along with my co-sponsor, Supervisor David Campos, was a simple and practical change to the board rules. And the rule will simply allow the Youth Commission to submit a formal request for a hearing on an item that has been referred to them to be held at a youth-friendly time. And it sets the expectation for committee chairs to work with the commission, the Youth Commission. This is a simple measure to formalize a process that it's been an occasional challenge in the past. While many supervisors have worked well with the Youth Commission on scheduling, this hasn't always been the case. In the Commission's nearly 2 decades of operation, that's 20 years of the Youth Commission's work, hearings about the city's budget, juvenile hall rebuilds, youth services, muni fairs have all occurred with hardly any youth in attendance. Unlike other commissions, our San Francisco Youth Commission exists under the Board of Supervisors with the explicit role of advising our work. And unlike other constituencies, only youth are mandated to be in school and have no advocacy groups like unions for workers do or other entities that represent other constituencies. Also, this simple question about whether we honor young people and their input is really important, and this policy motion can better facilitate engagement of young people into our work to make us better supervisors as well. So I'd like to thank Angela Calvillo, again, our clerk, for her assistance and consulting with us about these technical adjustments that were made at the committee. And I'd also like to thank District 1 resident and the Commission of the Youth, the chairman of the Youth Commission, Nick Persky, for his years of advocacy on this issue, and I'm really proud that it's moving forward today at the Board of Supervisors. I look forward to passing this relatively simple measure and urge my colleagues to accommodate youth voice as often as possible. Thank you.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to add to what Supervisor Marr noted. I would simply say that what this does is that it codifies a mechanism so that the Youth Commission can request a specific committee at the board to at least consider holding a hearing at a time that's practical for youth, especially if the issue is one that implicates youth. And I do want to thank our clerk's office for working to make this happen. So thank you very much, and thank you to Supervisor Marr and his office for their leadership, and more importantly to the members of the Youth Commission who brought this item forward.
Colleagues, any further discussion? Can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, this motion is approved. Colleagues, what I'd like to do at this time is go to our 2:30 special accommodations. We have 5 today, and I'd like to first start with our District 5 colleague, Supervisor Breed.
Great. Thank you, President Chu. Today, I'm honored to bring up to the podium a hero in our community, Mr. Michael Jones, who works for Recology. I want to thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here today, and I want to tell you why this man is so deserving of this particular honor. On July 23rd, Mike Jones, a 20-year veteran recycling truck driver for Recology, emptied a debris box full of cardboard into his truck, not knowing that a homeless man had been sleeping in the box. When Mike Jones heard pounding and knocking from the back of the truck, he immediately turned off the hydraulic push wall inside of the truck that compressed the cardboard and rushed to his local fire station. The man sustained some injuries, but firefighters were able to get him out. Jones' poise and quick handling of the situation truly saved a man's life. If not for his quick thinking, the man would have ended up, we're sure he wouldn't have been alive today. Like the humble hero he is, Mr. Jones returned to his shift to work for the day. I would also like to thank today the firefighters at Station 22 who helped rescue the man. And it's everyday heroes like Mr. Jones who basically, he's out there doing his job, and the quick action that he demonstrated really helped save the day. And I know you felt it was all in a day's work. This is what I do. I'm ready to get back to my job and get back to my shift. But that's truly why you deserve this honor. We know that you're a humble man. We know that you work really hard. And we really appreciate the fact that someone like you is out there working for Recology, who is able to handle a situation like this and truly save someone's life. So on behalf of the City and County of San Francisco, I want to thank you and congratulations on the amazing work you did to rescue this person. So if you want to say a few words.
Well, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate it. And also I want to thank the men and the women of the San Francisco Fire Department, because they also did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed. Our next commendation will be provided by our District 8 colleague, Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. And today I am honoring an outgoing important member of our city family, Wells Lawson. Wells, come on up. Colleagues, I know many of you know and have worked with Wells over time. As you know, Wells has been with first the Redevelopment Agency and then OCII since 2007 as a senior project manager with the redevelopment of Bayview Hunters Point, specifically the Shipyard project and the Candlestick Park project. And I know, colleagues, that you know how critical this project is to the future of our city. It's the largest project happening in San Francisco, 10,500 housing units, a third of which are below market rate, 3 million square feet of research and development space, 300 acres of new parks, 11,000 permanent jobs, and $6 billion in new economic activity. And Wells, who unfortunately is leaving and going down south to that other part of the state, just has played such a critical role in keeping this important project, and project doesn't even really do it justice, mega project, to keep it moving forward. He's played a key role in the negotiations around this project every step of the way, the approval process, the community process, working with the Citizens Advisory Committee, drafting the community benefits plan that will result in $83 million in community benefits for San Francisco. He played a key role in the adoption of the Candlestick Point streetscape plan, which caused some discussion in this building, but ultimately moved in a great direction, and in no small part due to Wells' work and leadership. Wells, we're really going to miss you. I know a lot of people are going to miss you. You're a popular guy, and there's a reason for that, because you're one of those people who gets it done and does it in a really intelligent and thoughtful, no-nonsense kind of way. And so it's a major loss to the city to lose you, but we know you are not far away, and you're going to go on to even bigger and better things and the great work you've already done. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, it's my honor to recognize you today here at the Board of Supervisors. And I know that Supervisor Cohen has some words as well.
Thank you. Yes. Wells, this is a bittersweet moment. I have you to thank for a lot of the projects that I inherited. Thank you. And so, as Supervisor Wiener indicated in his remarks, Wells Lawson has been a tremendous asset to San Francisco. And it's a pleasure to stand before you just to honor you and give you an opportunity to feel the love that we have for you. It is a loss. I just want to let you know that certainly on my staff, Andrea Bress has been crying about this moment. You are an amazing project manager. I know you guys worked hand in hand before she came to work for me, but thank you very much for your due diligence. For those that don't know, Wells was a project manager on the Shipyard project and very instrumental in doing a lot of work within the Redevelopment Agency. And I'd love to, I don't know if this is a co-authorship, if it's available, but I'd love to be associated with it. Just want to take a moment to publicly recognize you and let you know that you will, your work we are grateful for, and that you will be missed. But you're always welcome to come back anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. I will keep my remarks short. I have been reflecting, of course, in the last month on what has occurred to me over the last 16 years of being in this city. And formally, this city, its leadership, its staff, its complexities, and everything that it's trying to accomplish culturally is so powerful. And for me, it has been a crucible for forming who I am today, professionally and personally. So it's sort of a big thank you to the city, to the board, and of course to OCII, which I think one of the most fundamental aspects of that crucible has been the dissolution of redevelopment over the last 2 years. And we made it through, and I think OCII now today is doing amazing work, and I'm honored to be attached to that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. Our next commendation will be by our District 9 colleague, Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And it is my pleasure to ask Francisco Ugarte, who is in the audience, to please come on up. And in full disclosure, we have a special connection here with Mr. Ugarte because my chief of staff happens to be married to him, and they have the cutest daughter, Mael. But I'm really just really honored to be able to present this certificate today to Francisco Ugarte, who is leaving his position as the Immigration Program Legal Director at Dolores Street for a job that he's had for more than 6 years. And I can honestly say, having seen this time and time again, that any time that there is a need by an immigrant, individual, family, in San Francisco, when legal services, legal help is needed, the person that we turn to time and time again is Francisco. The good news is that Francisco is not going very far. He has accepted a new job, a new position with our very own public defender, where he will be embarking on a very exciting new project, which is the creation of a deportation defense program for clients of the Public Defender's Office who are placed in deportation proceedings. It's actually something that makes a great deal of sense, to the extent that you're representing the legal interest of these individuals, many of whom face immigration issues. It makes sense that our Public Defender's Office would do this. Cisco will be advising public defenders on the immigration consequences of the various dispositions in criminal cases. And I think that his input will be just invaluable. I mean, it's really hard to understand how important this is. And while we're lucky that Cisco will be joining the Public Defender's Office, the Public Defender's gain is certainly Dolores Street's loss. Over the last 6 years, Cisco has been, again, the go-to person when it comes to immigration issues. He has literally prevented the deportation of more than 100 immigrants, and he has kept countless families together. And the thing about Cisco is that he usually takes the toughest cases, the ones that are nearly impossible to win, and he has won just about every case that he has taken. So I know that, I like superheroes, and there's a lot of superhero movies out there. Gotham has Batman, I guess, and immigrants in San Francisco have Cisco Ugarte. Cisco is a movement lawyer in that he understands how individual cases can be used to spearhead and advance not only that individual case but the movement. His use of non-traditional lawyering skills have led to a great deal of success for his clients. He is always collaborating with community-based organizations, not only on individual cases, but on making sure that we're passing the right legislation. I think that it's really hard to imagine the immigrant rights movement in San Francisco without Cisco. When it comes to passing laws here at the local level, at the state level, Cisco has played a very important role. And again, given everything that Cisco has done, one could go on and on and on about everything that he has accomplished. But we wanted to take this opportunity, Cisco, as the District 9 supervisor, to give you the Certificate of Honor for your leadership and vision, creating one of San Francisco's premier deportation defense programs, and for everything you have done being the community's go-to people's lawyer, and for doing your work with tremendous love, passion, and respect for your clients on behalf of the city. Thank you for everything you have done. And I know that some of my colleagues perhaps want to say something. Supervisor Avalos.
Yes, I would like to say something, and I want to say thank you for all your great service, Francisco. Cisco, it's been really an honor to work with you. You have been part of many pieces of legislation we've done at the Board of Supervisors here protecting immigrants. And last year, you did a lot of work on the Due Process for All ordinance. I want to thank you for that. The work that you've done is also exemplary, not just because you've protected so many families and people from deportation, but you've also lived up to the aspirations of creating a network and actually working with many other people in the community, including other lawyers, to bring up our capacity overall to protect immigrants in the city. And I've sat around a number of tables with you, with the network, and it was just really exciting to see that happen, and you were living up to that commitment. And because of that work, we have other people who have the capacity to do this work, which is really fantastic, which is also part of what your contribution has been. So I just want to say thank you, and look forward to working with you in the Public Defender's Office, and congratulations on part of a great career of service.
Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, Francisco, I know Supervisor Campos made a reference to this, but I think there's no better example of a people's lawyer than you are, really empowering immigrants and low-income people in our communities to stand up for themselves, always standing side by side, not necessarily in front or above, but really side by side with people to give them more access, more voice, and more power. But thank you so much for all the work, and I look forward to continuing that with you too. Thank you.
And Supervisor Kim.
I'm going to really miss you in this capacity. Have had clients that we could send to you around immigration issues, and just really appreciate your years of work for the immigrant rights community, but also being always a clear-headed and articulate voice on really difficult and complex issues, and being able to parse that out for all of us who are policymakers and also that are in the community fighting for what they believe is best for the community. Really excited that Public Defender Adachi is starting this program. It is so important, even as we talked about due process for all, to make sure that we have advocates at the public defender's level that are able to understand how immigration status is impacted by criminal charges and convictions, and being able to be that advocate inside the courtroom is going to be so incredibly important. So thank you.
I'll make my comments really brief. I'm just deeply, deeply honored with this recognition. I'd like to thank Supervisor Campos for his leadership in immigrant rights, and I'd also like to thank the board. As Supervisor Kim said, these issues get very controversial, they get challenging, but the board has consistently and unanimously supported immigrant rights, and I'm so proud to live in this city. I'm also super thankful for the supervisor's support of SF Island and the network. None of my work certainly would be possible without your all support and without being a part of a network across racial and ethnic communities here in San Francisco that fight hard for immigrant rights. And I'm proud to say that at Dolores Street we now have 3 attorneys. We only had 1 before, and I think this work is going to continue in a vibrant way. And so I just thank you all so much.
Thank you, Francisco. And I have the honor of presenting the next two proclamations. I would first like to invite up someone who I know all of us know. This month we have the 50th event of Sunday Streets, and I wanted to bring someone up. Apparently in the week before her 50th birthday, someone who has dedicated her life to building community, who helped to start Sunday Streets and has been really the heart and soul of making this organization amazing. I'd like to invite up Susan King. So, colleagues, I know all of us know Susan as the founder and the director of Sunday Streets since 2008. She is someone who had a vision of bringing this event from Columbia to really give it our San Francisco flair, to activate large and public spaces for physical activities, to allow pedestrians and cyclists, kids and seniors, families, adults in every neighborhood around the city, from the Embarcadero to the west side of town to the Mission to the Bayview, to be part of a movement. Sunday Streets has grown enormously since its inception to now a wonderfully large team of staff, interns, and volunteers. Many of you also know Susan to be someone who has been an amazing fundraiser. My guess is you have hit up probably every single one of us and anyone who has any money to help support this incredible event. And when I heard that you were going to be departing as the director of Sunday Streets, I have to admit I was concerned. I was sad, but I do know that Sunday Streets is a community experience that is going to live on for hopefully ever here in San Francisco. The San Francisco Bay Guardian referred to you as the king of the commons. I might refer to you as the queen of the commons. But you have done just an incredible job of building something that is part of the world experience, but really part of what our city is about, and one of the most, I think, favorite activities that I engage in, and my guess is many of us engage in on our city streets. And so with that, I have a proclamation that we hereby honor you, Susan King, for your leadership in the organization of Sunday Streets and for your commitment in San Francisco, and thus proclaim today, this day, to be Susan King Day in San Francisco. Thank you, Susan.
Well, thank you. I'm honored and humbled by the outflowing of support, not only for Sunday Streets as it's grown, toddled from a 2-event, 1-route event to a program that people around the city anticipate and expect year after year. I couldn't be here without the strong support of the city family and the administration, the Board of Supervisors, current Mayor Lee and his offices, and the leadership of former Mayor Gavin Newsom and his staff, particularly Wade Crowfoot, as well as livable city staff and board. All my colleagues who will be carrying this program forward are here. The program will be led by the very capable leadership of Beth Byrne and Liza Pratt, and Tom Radulovich has always provided a very calm and supportive leadership behind the organization. And don't worry about the fundraising. We have a new development director taking my place, Scott Reinstein. So when he calls you, pick up the phone. It's important. As well as my family, my boyfriend Tyler Swanson, and my brother Jason King, and Jessica Horner, his girlfriend. So it's really a thrill to be here. I'd like to shout out to the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency because they have really carried the ball forward. In particular, Deanna DeSadis and the now retired Cindy Shanban, as well as a whole team at MTA, Department of Public Works, Department of Public Health, Rec and Park, and again all of the mayor's offices and other departments that really have put their shoulder to the boulder to push this program up a hill. I am confident that this program will be part of the fabric of San Francisco life. And I was talking to a supporter the other day who said that her 6-year-old grandson doesn't know life in the city without Sunday Streets. And so it's really amazing that this program, started off just really recently, that it has now become such an institution. And I thank all of you and everybody who have has really helped get this program to our 50th event.
My second commendation today is in the context of the fact that it is National Recreation and Parks Month, and I want to offer a commendation to a program and a group of young people who've done an amazing job in our city to improve our open spaces. I'd like to invite up the Greenagers program, if you could please step up to the mic. So for those of you who don't know about Greenagers, they are young people from around our city, from many and particularly of our underserved communities in San Francisco, who have worked incredibly hard to volunteer to improve the experience of our parks and open spaces in San Francisco. We've had this year, and I want to thank the 36 Greenagers who have contributed over 2,000 hours of service, worked with over 100 community members and volunteers, researched and planned habitat restoration projects in over 25 open green spaces, primarily in the southeast areas of San Francisco. These young leaders have done so much to really help lead workshops, engage in teamwork, engage in environmental education, park beautification, and community engagement. And I want to thank you guys for your tremendous work. I also want to take a moment and thank the Rec and Park Department for helping to create and implement this program that has made a difference in the lives of our future leaders of San Francisco, as well as I wanted to thank the Port of San Francisco and the Park Alliance for being fiscal sponsors to this program. Which is really just one example of the value of our local parks programs in contributing to our city. And with that, I'd like to invite up, I know there are a number of folks from the Greenagers program who are here to speak, but first if we could ask Brenda Cartagena, who is the Volunteer Outreach Coordinator, to speak on behalf of the program.
Hi, thank you so much. It is a great honor for you guys to take this time to commend the Greenagers program. Thank you on behalf of the Greenagers program and Kimberly Kiefer from the Recreation and Parks Department. Greenagers definitely do come from all walks of life, and they all have their personal journeys, but they all have the commonality of living in the southeast of San Francisco, and they all share a drive to work and be youth advocates for their communities and to improve their own lives and their own communities, like I mentioned. And like President Chu mentioned, we've had over 2,000 hours of direct service directly provided to parks and open spaces and along a lot of the community events that we have in San Francisco. And a lot of the support that has been provided to the Greenagers program has made this program such a success since 2012, which was our beginning. We have several people that we want to thank at this moment because we have a lot of stakeholders. And we want to thank the Port of San Francisco for being a key collaborator, partner, and sponsor since the inception of the program, the George H. Sandy Foundation for being a grantee made possible with the help of San Francisco Parks Alliance, the PG&E for recently awarding us a grant to sponsor to youth, and also thanking all of the community groups that have supported us in the Southeast, like Friends of the Crocker Amazon, We for Youngblood Coleman, and our new recent partner, the A. Philip Randolph Institute, who has provided a lot of their youth from their program into our program. They have a good resource to reach some of the students from the Southeast, and also other agencies from San Francisco in the Southeast. So thank you, and thank you again, President Chu and Supervisor Malia Cohen, for this great honor and commending us today.
And I know I want to acknowledge Supervisor Cohen, but I also do understand there's at least one student that we'd like to hear from. Maybe not.
I'm Santiago. I would really like to appreciate Brenda for all the amazing experiences. This is my first year here, and I hope I can come next year because it's been an amazing experience overall. I've done so much work for my community.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Brenda, just wanted to take a moment and to acknowledge your leadership and guiding the young minds of San Francisco. Appreciate it. And to the young people of Santiago and your peer that are here today, thank you for your leadership because you're really setting the tone and making an example for young people all across our city. Thank you for rolling up your sleeves and making sure our neighborhoods are beautiful.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I do understand, is there someone from the Port who wants to say a few words? Carol Buck.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Carol Bach. I'm here representing the Port of San Francisco, and I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to join you all in thanking the Greenagers. They spend a lot of time and dedicate a lot of those service hours that you heard about to our Heron's Head Park, and the park is just thriving with their youthful energy and the new commitment that they bring to serving their communities and participating in their parks. So I wanted to join you in thanking them and honoring them today.
And with that, I just want to say today we're going to be helping to celebrate July 29th as Greenagers Day in San Francisco. Congratulations, guys.
Forgot to mention we have some flyers.
That concludes our special accommodations for today. Colleagues, I know we have a number of 3 p.m. special orders, so why don't we get to them? Madam Clerk, could you call the first special order with regards to the Lower Polk Community Benefit District at item 45 and 46?
Items 45 and 46 comprise the special order at 3 p.m. Pursuant to a motion approved on June 3rd, the Board of Supervisors will convene a committee of the whole for a public hearing to consider the resolution of formation to establish the property-based business improvement district to be known as the Lower Polk Community Benefit District pursuant to the California Property and Business Improvement District Law and the Business and Tax Regulations Code, Article 15.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's hearing is to hear testimony on the proposed levy of assessments of the Property and Business Improvement District, named the Lower Polk Community Benefit District, pursuant to a resolution of intention that was adopted by this board on June the 3rd, 2014. As described in the Management District Plan, the proposed district would be approximately covering 307 identified parcels located on approximately 22 whole or partial blocks. The details of the covered area are in our file for the agenda. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the Department of Elections will tabulate the ballots and report to the Board of Supervisors. Members of the public may review the ballot tabulation by the Department of Elections on the basement level of City Hall and room 59. The Board of Supervisors will neither levy the assessments nor approve the establishment of the district if there is a majority protest. The public testimony will be as follows. We'll hear from all speakers in support of the assessment districts, 2 minutes maximum per person. Then we'll hear from all speakers in opposition to the assessment districts. During the hearing, a property owner wishing to change his or her vote or who has not yet voted can speak with Department of Elections staff at a table just outside the board chamber, who will provide you with the affidavit and the ballot. And after the hearing closes, the ballots will be counted. At this point, I want to ask, both Supervisor Kim and I share some blocks within the Community Benefit District. I'd like to say just a few quick words, which is, as you know, colleagues, I have been very supportive of community benefit districts throughout our district and District 3, as well as around the city. And this particular community benefit district has been in conversation for the better part of 10 years. Lower Polk is an amazingly diverse and wonderful neighborhood in my district as well as in District 6. But the southern stretch of Polk has faced a number of challenges: public safety, quality of life issues, vacant storefronts, homelessness, other conditions that have really challenged the neighborhood in thriving like others in our city. There's almost no green and open space in the neighborhood and very few ways and places for folks to come together. But that being said, there's been a lot of momentum in recent years to really pull together, and this really reflects, I think, the culmination of those efforts. Last year, the Neighborhood Empowerment Network named Lower Polk the Comeback Neighborhood of the Year, and I know it is the hope of many residents that the development of a CBD will really carry this forward. But with that, I'd like to also acknowledge Supervisor Kim, if you have any words you'd like to say before the hearing begins.
Thank you. Just will say a couple of things, and we'll save my thanks for the end. But just really happy that this is moving forward, and I'm happy about a couple of things, particularly for District 6. Glad to see that Sergeant McCarkley Park has been added as a parcel within the CBD boundaries so that we can work to clean the area around this children's playground. It's one of the few playgrounds in the area, and we want to make sure that our families and youth are actually able to use it because they feel that it's a safe and clean area to be in. Second, really glad that the service plan will be heavily weighted towards youth and young people. It's great to see a strong partnership with Larkin Street Youth Services to partner with them on their workforce development. Last, I'll just say, we weren't able to get everything that we wanted to see in this CBD district plan. In the future, we're hoping that there will be an expansion after we're able to showcase over this term the work that we're able to do and the success that we're able to have in this district. Areas like AMC and Trinity Tower and Olive Alley in particular, which has been quite a challenge for this part of the neighborhood, are areas that I hope that we're able to expand into in the future as we're able to convince property owners because of the success of the Lower Polk CBD. I do represent a district that has many community benefit districts, from Yerba Buena to Central Market, north of Market, and others. And I just have to say, I had mixed feelings about them when I first heard about them many years ago, the concept of taking public service into the private realm. But I have to say that these CBDs have been such a tremendous benefit to our neighborhoods. And the creativity that they're able to drive that is community-driven by nonprofit organizations, small businesses, and residents really bring a whole nother layer of personal warmth to really developing our neighborhood identities throughout District 6. So we're really looking forward to support this and, of course, to hearing public comment as well.
So with that, why don't we now go to the public hearing? What I'd first like to do is hear from members of the public that support the assessment district. Each member of the public will have up to 2 minutes per person, and then we'll hear from opponents to the assessment district. So first from supporters. If you could please step up. Sir?
In terms of training practice for our youngster of the city and the United States and 4C people, youngster, they do not have a good academy with structure. For example, for me, we do also group meditation, be seated upright meditation, internal practice, in a good system. None you can see elsewhere in the society. Could be something so simple, but it's not put into practice. Group, system, systematic, be seated upright meditation. See? That thing, internally speaking, for the youngsters, how they get some achievement possible for them. And external, see, as you know, there's open mercy, holy mercy. How do we train somebody to know how to perform holy mercy? Take one on one's pathway daily. Wait for annual changes once a career, the plan for annual changes. Can we teach somebody just like that, or just say a few words? See, we need to have also a play for them to before or after they're taking on the daily pathway to go back and have some resolution for their doing every day. So you want the plan for the careful plan for their daily pathway, like a mission. See, mission 4 quadruple land every day. We require a good structure. I don't have such a physical structure and plan already yet. I mean, it depends on all the good conscience get together to have this answer for better collaboration for the internal, external, see, meditation, mercy, training practice to a new talent. See. Right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Jamie Fontaine. I'm the Associate Director of Workforce Development and Employment at Larkin Street Youth Services. I am a member of the CBD Steering Committee. I'm the treasurer, and I also live on Sutter, right in the neighborhood. And we have been working with Shell Thomas, who passed away recently, for many years in getting young people who live at Larkin Street Youth Services in properties that we own or manage within the community of Lower Polk to be part of the solution and not so much part of the problem. We've supported the art walks. We have been community cleanups. We have done graffiti abatement. We have done power washing for free. And seeing this, joining the committee was something that I could do to further ingrain the young people of Larkin Street who are members of the community as part of the solution and expand their experience on how to be good citizens and good neighbors. And we at Larkin Street and myself strongly support the CBD and hope that the supervisors move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Josh Godwin. I'm a community health outreach worker as a living in the 16th and Mission District. I'm a 20-year resident of the Lower Polk Neighborhood Association. I live there. So the CBD, I think, is particularly good. What we're seeing at 16th and Mission is they're doing the Community Ambassador Program. And I think for my district, as a bar district, that would be incredibly useful. It would help the hot teams. We can be out there for longer hours. Security is tremendously expensive, but if it were community health outreach workers, then they're not nearly as expensive, and those teams can be quite a bit larger and go for longer hours. Also, I find that in having a CBD, we would not have just volunteers. We would actually have an agent that could be there Monday through Friday. So as we're doing beautification projects, as you know, those take very many years. There would be an agent that could move forward with those projects, and there wouldn't be a loss as there so often are with the neighborhood districts. If somebody gets very interested in what they're doing, they can only do it for 6 months, and then that information suddenly disappears. So for my district in particular, I think this is just so key to have. We have a strong neighborhood association. I'm a member of it, but there are many things that I think a CBD specifically could do that would just take us so much farther. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Hartwig Schulman. I've been a resident for over 11 years in the Lower Polk neighborhood. I'm also part of the LPN Neighborhood Association, and I strongly support the CBD.
Hi, my name is Ron Case, and I feel like we're running a marathon and we can see the finish line. Hopefully we can get a little bit farther. 12 years ago in our area, I was part of the founding members of Lower Polk Neighbors to try to improve this area, both safety, beautification, and security. Through the years, we've been able to establish, get a few grants to help, and we would move a couple steps forward, and then we would kind of get knocked back another step. Our dues are very low for our organization. We wanted to be inclusive of everyone in the neighborhood, so we wanted to make sure that monetary reasons was not the reason for somebody not being part of our group. We looked, a number of years ago, we started looking at how can we be self-sustaining and keep things moving in a good direction. And it came down to the CBD was our best option. So many people have worked very hard on this. We've been trying to be inclusive with everybody in the neighborhood, so we feel that this is very important for us, or we're back to where we were a number of years ago. So I highly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Case. Next speaker.
President Chu, Supervisors, my name is Lori Martins. I'm a longtime resident. I'm a small business owner, and I am on the steering committee of the Community Benefits District. I'm here to express my strong support of the CBD moving forward. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Carolyn Abst. I've been a resident and business owner in Lower Polk for about 15 years and a past president of Lower Polk Neighbors. What we are very proud about is that because 95% of the buildings in Lower Polk are under rent control, nobody is displaced by an improvement of safety, cleanliness, and beauty. I have a wavery voice. Gosh. We also know that security gates on businesses, on glass, are threatening, and only something like the CBD could work with business owners to replace the glass that is so expensive. We can get low-cost loans. We can do positive things to enliven the area and be vibrant. We have so many things that a small volunteer, no money, but heartful organization like Lower Polk Neighbors could do. So I look forward to this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Andrew Chandler. I'm chair of the Lower Polk Neighborhood Association. I am very proud to be here because I'm here with two former chairs of this organization, Mr. Ron Case, who just spoke, and President Chu. So, and thank them very much for their work. I am here in support of the Community Benefits Districts. I'm also a resident on Sutter Street as well. What strikes me since I've moved into this neighborhood 4 years ago was that the processes establishing the Community Benefits District really upped the ante in terms of community involvement of different kinds of people, tenants, business owners, building owners, developers, CPMC, and of course Larkin Street Youth Center has been extremely supportive as well. And I feel like it represents a community grassroots driven endeavor. At the bottom line, Lower Polk Neighbors is very excited about working hand in hand, hopefully with the Community Benefits District Board, to continue our goals for a safer, cleaner, and more beautiful neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Chu, Supervisor Kim, my name is Bart Thomas. My brother Shell passed away last month. It's been my honor to have visited in your city for the last 6 weeks. I come from Texas. I spent 27 years in the military, and I've traveled around the world. And I've seen many parts of Europe, especially like San Francisco, that have renewed themselves. And I see the quality of life that shows in the people who live there. I realize that sometimes people need a help up. They need a leader, and they need some money to infuse motivation and to move something forward that so far has not been able to get there. And as I spent some time on Lower Polk, and I've been around the area, had my haircut there, and spoke with some of the homeless people and some of the artists that are there, I see there's a lot of room for opportunities there, but it needs someone to lead, and it needs some resources. And I've been extremely impressed with Ron Case and a number of the Lower Polk neighbors, and especially of the businesses in the Larkin Street Youth Organization that have been there, and their involvement with that. I wholeheartedly support the Lower Polk CBD formation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ken Mead, and I've been a merchant in the Lower Polk neighborhood for 13 years. And I've seen it grow and improve, and I hope that we can get your support on improving the neighborhood further by passing this CBD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Supervisors, President Chu, Supervisor Kim, and other supervisors, my name is Chris Shulman. I'm a member of the steering committee and also on Lower Polk Neighbors. I'd like to be very brief and thank you for your support in advance for the Community Benefit District. I'm very proud of the supporters. I'm very proud of the steering committee. On the steering committee, we have property owners, we have nonprofits, we have residents, we have business owners, It reflects the diverse population of the Lower Polk neighborhood, and it really reflects the folks that will be benefiting from the Community Benefit District. And I'd ask for your support in a few hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Raul Avila. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I have 3 children, and 2 of my children will be attending Reading Elementary School, which is part of the Lower Polk CBD. In addition to that, I am the president of the Teachers Club at Reading Elementary School, and I recently joined the steering committee for the Lower Polk CBD. So I am in support of it, and I'm grateful that that this is happening, and I'm very excited because I know it will definitely benefit the school. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Nolte. I'm here to represent San Francisco Tennis Association of San Francisco. I'm also a member for over 10 years at Lower Polk Neighbors. The Lower Polk Neighbors have for over 10 years been putting the pieces together for the CBD. It started first with the planning process that we did for Lower Polk Street. Then we put in trees. A number of things that have gone on that the residents and the members have done for over a 10-year process before we got to this point. And it's actually the second CBD that was tried to be formed in that area. So I've been we've been working the residents and the people in the immediate area for over 10 years to try to get to this spot now to form a CBD, to get the improvements that we need in that corridor to help the merchants, to help the residents, and to help the growth in the neighborhood. And so I urge that the Board of Supervisors support this and move it forward. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Michael Nulty, N-U-L-T-Y. For 37 years, I've been working along the corridor of Polk Street with all the various stakeholders. I am a co-founder of Larkin Street Youth Center, and I've been a part of the Lower Polk's Neighbors for over 10 years, again, helping with the various stakeholders dealing with improving the neighborhood. I've been a part of now 5 different CBDs formations. This will be the 5th. And I support the Lower Polk management plan for the Lower Polk CBD. And I also want to give my kudos to the various people that have been involved in the steering committee in forming this. I think that it's very hard work. And I hope that when the CBD is once formed, that there will be more people involved in the Community Benefit District, and that they find an adequate executive director to move the leadership forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak in support of the Community Benefit District?
Hi, I'm Larry Juicy Edmond. I live in the Tenderloin, and we're talking about the Lower Polk near me, which is definitely as gentrification starts, and we know there's a lot of racial tension and fights going there later on in the night for the people on poor income. But the Lower Polk used to be the old Castro. It was Navy Pier. And that's when AIDS came out. They moved all the gays to which used to be the Black and Korean area, who's the new Castro today. But that was always called an area where people of all, there was a place called Mr. Bojangles right there where blacks, whether you were gay or straight, everyone went there and associated. And it has been deculturalized through these years. It's very international now. I call it like an international pickup, you know, whether you're looking for trans, straight, gay, young girl, young boy. It's a very transit for international select and eating, but that area should always be a place where San Francisco should know its culture and its history. And as 95% of San Franciscans are from another place only 5% are natives. It's a place that needs to remain historically connected to all generations. And Polk Street is a good place, and it's right down here near City Hall, which is Dr. Carter B. Goodlett Street is part of it, but this one block is renamed after the greatest doctor in this state who helped our Honorable Mayor Willie Brown get money in order to run for office. That's why we have the bridge, the Bay Bridge is named after Honorable Mayor Willie Lewis Brown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in support of the formation of the CBD? Sir, you've spoken already. Sir, you've spoken already. Thank you. Any other members of the public? Okay, if not, why don't we now hear from opponents to the formation of the Community Benefit District? If you could please step up.
Hello. My name is Paul Dowley. I represent Dan Phipps Architects, an architecture firm in the neighborhood. We object to the proposed CBD. We don't find that it would add any additional usefulness to the neighborhood because we are able to maintain our building and the sidewalks surrounding it, and we're fine doing so in the future. So it's actually an expense that we cannot afford right now. We have also hired someone who lives in the neighborhood, lives on our block, to help us sweep the sidewalk a couple times a week. So that's a relationship we've had for a couple of years that we're comfortable with, and if we are part of the CBD, we would not continue to pay him, which would be unfortunate. Also, I have to object to the business model of the CBD. It appears to be a model where the city services are essentially privatized, organized by a for-profit organization. And I think a better solution is to hire city employees to actually perform these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in opposition to the formation of the CBD? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to just make a couple of concluding remarks, and then I'd also like to acknowledge one of our city staffers who spent a lot of time on this. But let me just take a moment and thank all the members of the public who engaged in this conversation. Obviously, we'll find out within the next hour or so the results, but there was a tremendous amount of vision and work that has gone into this over a period that has lasted over a decade. And in particular, I want to thank Ron Case and Carolyn Mapps, who were the founders of Lower Polk Neighbors. I want to thank them for their energy and vision and hundreds of volunteer hours over the years. I also want to thank other leaders within the neighborhood, from Chris Shulman to Andrew Chandler, Lori Martins, and others who not only testified today, but have for many years really been moving the neighborhood forward. And then let me just close, as I did a number of weeks ago. I asked our board to adjourn a few weeks ago in the memory of Shell Thomas, and everyone from Lower Polk knows Shell as someone who dedicated years of his life to bringing seasonal farmer markets, creating Lower Polk art walks, mural exhibits, greening activity, bringing a soccer field on top of a garage, and other activities in our alleyways. And he was someone who I hoped might have had an opportunity to potentially staff the CBD, and all of us who have worked on this, we know that his spirit is with the neighborhood as we hopefully move things forward. With that, I'd like to take a moment and thank Cruzia Tano from the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, who has helped to spearhead the work on the city staff side, and give her an opportunity to say a few words as well.
Thank you, President Chu and Supervisor Kim, for your leadership on the Lower Polk CBD. I'd like to also recognize staff from your offices, as they are my partners in crime in this effort. Judson Chu, Catherine Rauschuber, and Sunny Angula have been critical to this effort. I'd also like to recognize Kathy Hickey and Marcia Murrington of LISC, and Tim Seifert of NBS Consulting, as they have been the consultants to this campaign. There are several city departments that support this process. I'd like to recognize Robert Bryan of the City Attorney's Office, Kwang Koch, Reagan Huang from Elections, and my colleagues Lisa Pagan and Amy Cohen of OEWD as well. And also to pay tribute to the late Shel Thomas, who has been an incredible inspiration to all of us at OEWD and our work in our communities, and his commitment and passion are a model for all of us in doing this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Tano. And then I'd like to ask Supervisor Kim, do you have any final comments you'd like to make before we close the hearing?
No, it's just great to see the support that's coming from the neighborhood, and also talking about the unique history of Polk Street to San Francisco and how we can work as a community to preserve that. Wanted to just do a quick thank you to Chris Schulman, of course, formerly of Office of Small Business, Krizia Tano as well, Jamie Fontaine from Larkin Street Youth Employment, Sunny Angulo from my office, who really kept up our end of the sliver of the Lower Pork CBD that District 6 encompasses. But most importantly, I really want to acknowledge Shel Thomas for his vision. He worked so hard on this project, and I hope that we can actualize all the hard work that he was able to accomplish for this neighborhood.
So with that, colleagues, unless there are any other comments, without objection, I would like to close this public hearing. And at this time, we will begin to tabulate the ballots that have been cast. What we're going to do at this time is the Department of the Elections will tabulate the ballots. Our board, we will continue our activities for the day, and when those results are tabulated, likely within the next hour or so, we will then report on that publicly and move forward depending on the results of that election. So with that, Madam Clerk, why don't we go to our next item, which is items 47 through 58, 47 to 48.
Pursuant to a motion approved on June 22nd, the Board of Supervisors will convene a committee of the whole for a public hearing to consider objections to a resolution containing a report of delinquent charges for assessment costs submitted by the Director of the Department of Building Inspection for code enforcement violations and associated fees pursuant to certain building code sections.
So, colleagues, this is a report provided to us by the Director of DBI. What I'd like to ask is for our DBI staff to summarize, and then we'll hear from the public.
Good afternoon, President Chu and members of the board. The Department of Building Inspection requesting the imposition of special assessment cost liens for properties for code enforcement cases. Previously transmitted to you was the report of delinquent charges dated July 1st, 2014. And prior to today's hearings, the department has had 2 in-house hearings for property owners to discuss their outstanding fees. The department appreciates your support in approving this report of delinquent charges. That is a very important cost recovery tool for our department. I would also like to thank Angela and Rick and their support staff for all their support.
Okay, colleagues, unless there are any questions, what we'd like to do is hear from members of the public that may have issues with this report. If you could please line up on the right-hand side of the board chamber. Each member of the public shall have 2 minutes to express your perspective on this. Please start with your name and your address. And then after the public comment, we'll ask all of you to go out into the hallway. You'll have an opportunity to meet with DBI staff and discuss more specifically around your case. An initial decision will be made, and those results will be brought back into the board chamber after that conversation. So let's hear from the first member of the public.
Hello, board. Good afternoon.
If you could please speak into the microphone.
Hello, board. Good afternoon. My name is Rene Peinado. I'm here on 2 matters that I got a notice for. The order numbers, I assume that's what you operate on. It's 105538-A and 10637-A. And these have to do with a notice of violation that was posted by the department. I've had a lot of difficulty dealing with the department and trying to get clear information about how they process this and what the order of clearing these matters up is, as well as getting proper mailing from the department, which is why this has taken so long to get processing and get to this hearing. they've been sending these notices to an incorrect address. But I think what I'm trying to do here is resolve these permit issues through a process that the department has for in-law units and bringing in-law units into compliance with the new legislation. And my understanding of that from the department is that they waive these type of actions. So that's what I'm here to request, that this be waived pending final approval of this in-law unit.
Thank you very much. And again, you can please just take a seat, and at the end of this hearing, you can meet with DBI staff to speak about this more fully. Next speaker.
Thank you, President Chu and the Honorable Board of Supervisors. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for allowing me this opportunity to stand before you today to request the notice of violations and assessments imposed upon my property at 6 Carr Street to be rescinded and closed. For the past couple of years, I've made every effort to work with the Department of Building Inspection to address and correct the code violations that have been assessed on my property located at 6 Carr Street. I have spoken to the department over the phone and in person, obtained the necessary permit, attended the department hearings, and provided the required documents to address the violations. While some of the notices of violations have been closed by the Code Enforcement Divisions, others have not, and I continue to receive notices of violation for the same reason, even though I have been in compliance with the ordinance I am being cited for. According to Ordinance 194-09 relating to vacant, abandoned buildings, if my property becomes vacant or abandoned, I am required to fill out an application for registration of vacant or abandoned building. The building is not, nor has been, vacant or abandoned. Unfortunately, due to health issues in 2012 and 2013, I was unable to maintain the exterior of the property in a consistent manner and was cited for blight and failure to maintain the exterior to code. I promptly took care of the blight and later obtained the necessary permit, which was valid from May 21st, 2013 to May 16th, 2014, to correct the violations with the exterior of my property. During that time, until now, I continue to receive notices of violation for Ordinance 194-09, even though the ordinance clearly states that a building shall not be considered vacant or abandoned if there is a valid building permit for the property. I recently discovered by going to the department yesterday that there's 5 violations that I have on file, and 2 of them have been rescinded or will be rescinded.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Ron Daly. I'm here on a property, 45 Cerritos. It was inspected as a result, as I understand it, as a result of some neighbors' complaints. Some 9 code violations were noted, 3 of which spoke of abandoned property on the personal property on the premises. The premises are secured by a fence. Nothing that's on the property has been abandoned. It's intended for my use at some future time. Several of the other violations are violations which could be cured without a permit. They're under the limit required for a permit, monetary limit. There was a hearing that apparently resulted in this assessment by the DBI of some $1,300. The hearing was conducted on July 9th. There was a scheduled hearing in June of 2013. I asked for an extension to allow me to do some investigation of the codes at the law library. I was allowed an extension, and from there another hearing was scheduled for July 9th. However, on July 3rd, I had a total knee replacement and was unable to attend the July 9th hearing. It's my understanding that the results of the assessment came from the decision that was made on July 9th when I wasn't there. I was basically denied due process of law to...
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kovac Williamson, and I'm here representing the San Francisco Senators Community Organization. The address for the property is 1654 Kirkwood, 1654 Kirkwood. This is the site of the Herbst Learning Assistance Center being newly constructed to serve the citizens and families of the Bayview and Hunters Point community. The San Francisco Senators has a 40-year history of community service. It's been duly cited by previous boards of supervisors for the outstanding work that it has done in the academic and recreational life of the young people in the community. We have missed some mailings from the Department of Building Inspections due to a wrong post office box. We've cleared up that matter. We're here asking the Board of Supervisors and our great representative from Bayview, Supervisor Cohen, to be mindful of the work of the San Francisco Senators and to know that the site is not vacant nor abandoned. It's insured. It's secure, it's safe, and it's clean. We've met with, we being the board of the San Francisco Senators, we've met with the city attorney and have put together a 120-day action plan to secure the required funding to complete the construction. So we ask for the patience of the Board of Supervisors and the DBI as we continue to complete the Herbst Learning Assistance Center. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, President Chu and supervisors. I am Victor Gilbert, and I'm here representing the property at 960 Howard Street, which we've been buying for the last 40 years. And it's on Howard Street between 5th and 6th Street. It was formerly an automotive repair shop for 8 years. And I got a notice in late 2012, shortly before I was diagnosed with stage 3 esophageal cancer, and I have missed meetings as the radiation and chemotherapy that some of you may know about. I'm here to ask for a 90-day extension to sort out all of the problems and the notices that I've received, and to look at the code infractions. Before I go, I want to say that it's been very, very difficult getting a hold of inspectors. Noted in the letters that I've received, I haven't got phone calls returned, except I tried for an inspector, no disrespect intended, for Dario Jones was his name, and I left endless messages. Finally, I convinced the secretary at the DBI to go to his secretary, and he did call me back. The issue at hand was that I personally had to appear at DBI to get a copy of a building permit, and I said that I was handicapped now with chemotherapy. Could you please mail it? And we went around and around. Finally, it was mailed. And so I'm asking today for an extension to sort it all out. And one last thing, I want to give compliments to a woman at DBI that helped me. Her name was Kathleen Bird, and she was in code enforcement, and she was courteous. She returned my calls, and I think that she should be acknowledged. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Oxley. I'm here representing a client at 2165 Beach Street. I believe this may be a moot point, but we just need to make sure that the interest was waived after payment was received. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Doris Miller Wilder,
and the property address is 1129 Mendel Street in the Bayview District. I attended grammar school, Bayview School, and grew up in that community. And since that time, I've went to universities, got married, and lived elsewhere. My sister, since I was out of town, my sister assumed responsibility of the property, and the property fell into disrepair after a fire. And my sister has gone through some changes emotionally because of loss of family members. And currently I live in Los Angeles, and I have to come up here because she says she cannot emotionally take care of the property. What I'm asking, I understand the nature of the need, but I need a little bit more time. I can make a token payment today, but I need more time to get the property up to speed, and I have no idea what I can do to have these notices removed from the property. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. My name is Ronald Chong, owner of 5976 Mission Street. I bought the building in 2010, and in 2014 of this year, I received a notice of violation for an unsafe back rotted retaining wall. Apparently, this information was not on public records, and our title company couldn't find anything at that time. They did find other issues with it, which was addressed, but this issue with the complaint of the rotted retaining wall was not on public records according to them, and I'm getting a letter of notice of violation to correct this problem, which wasn't on anything, and I don't think I'm responsible for it. I know that they said that since I bought the building, it's my responsibility of it, but I think after 10 years or 14 years that it wasn't addressed until now, you know, that's, to me, I think it's really a lack of organization of the DBI department to enforce whatever they had first said it was a violation of. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker. Please step up.
Good afternoon. I'm here to represent property at 3535 Clement Street, and my first name is Irene, and my last name is Nakano. And this is a order to pay some fines that were assessed for a vacant or abandoned building. And unfortunately, the inspector is on vacation, so he has a file. He has inspected my home. It is not vacant. It is not abandoned. He physically saw furniture inside my home. So I'd like to request an extension until Michael Gunnell gets back from vacation with actual dates that he came out and visited my property. There have been several tenants living in substandard units, and I've been trying to evict them, which has been very difficult. So obviously if they're living in a unit in the building, it's not vacant and it's not abandoned. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Hello, Supervisor. My name is Billy Kwangle. I'm at 35th Avenue, 1846. It's 35th Avenue. I saw a violation in the central art about it in the back side. The other one before. They wasn't not that, but and neighborhood they complain me about it. Something, I do something inside in the backside. Then now I received violation need demolition but it's I need more time than because I'm busy, you know. It's I'm not strong enough. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Amir Beard. I've got units in the Haight-Ashbury. 400 block 410 is the property address. I believe that the assessment or the lien that's pending is excessive. The problems arose out of a toilet replacement where the wax ring was too sharp. That created a problem. So that's been repaired. I was required to pull a permit, which I did do, but they requested that I get a contractor to replace the toilet. I think this was not necessary for the replacement of the toilet. So I'm asking that we review the cost, $1,300. I have limited resources in operating my building, so it's not like I can do repairs right at hand because because of the limited resources. So I need to talk with whoever to the department to waive some of these fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And if there are any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please step up now.
My name is Dong Chuan Wei. My company purchased the property at trustee sale. The street address is 2574 31st Street Avenue. 31st Avenue. And we have a dilemma. We're receiving notices for code violation, but the property is under litigation. The previous owner is suing the bank for wrongful foreclosure. We don't know what we can do to improve the property. If we have our way, we will, but at this time, we're in a dilemma, not really know what to do, how much to spend on this property. I think the violation was about the garage door wasn't without the permit. We were not really installing a garage door. Since the previous owner was evicted, the property is in such poor shape, it's not inhabitable. We basically board up the garage so that to provide security for the property. And we're being cited for a garage door without permit. Again, it's not a garage door, it's just to secure the building. Again, I seek advice what to do with this property because technically it's not really, I'm on title, but it's under litigation. There's not much we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask DBI staff if you could please proceed outside, and for members of the public that want to speak to our city staff, you can do that. At the end of those conversations, he'll come back and make a report on any changes that might be made as a result of those conversations. Anything else you'd like to add to that?
No. Thank you very much, President Chu.
Okay, thank you. So we will take this item back up probably within the next half hour to an hour. So with that, why don't we now go to our third 3 p.m. special order. Madam Clerk, could you call items 49? Actually, we need to take up item 68 first.
Okay. Item 68 is a motion to schedule the Board of Supervisors to convene a committee of the whole on July 29th, 2014 at 3 p.m. today to hold a public hearing on a resolution approving an amendment to the contract between the Department of Public Health and the San Francisco AIDS Foundation to provide HIV prevention services and extend the contract term through June 30th, 2016 for an amount not to exceed approximately $14.7 million.
So before we actually hold the hearing, we need to first pass a motion to allow us to sit as a committee of the whole. Let me ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak about whether we should sit as a committee of the whole. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. And on the motion, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
On the motion to convene a committee of the whole, Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Motion is approved. And now, Madam Clerk, if you could call items 49 and 50.
Item 49 is a public hearing of persons interested in a resolution. The subject matter of item 50, approving an amendment to the contract between the Department of Public Health and the San Francisco AIDS Foundation to provide HIV prevention services and extend the contract through June 30th, 2016 for an amount not to exceed approximately $14.7 million.
Okay, at this time we're going to open this hearing. Let me ask if the Department of Public Health could present to us what this hearing is regarding.
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is John Melikar, and we'd like to thank you for the opportunity to extend this contract with the San Francisco AIDS Foundation. This contract is being extended for another 2 years. It provides essential services for populations that are disproportionately affected by HIV. It provides about almost 12,000 tests to gay men who have sex with men, has an African-American special project included, includes funding for the Stonewall Project for clients with substance use problems, as well as a special project within at the Castro for that. We hope that you'll approve this very important package of services.
Okay, and with that, unless there are any other comments from city staff, let me see if there are any members of the public that wish to speak with regards to this specific hearing. Please step up.
Hello, my name is Larry Josie Edmond, and I am a person who's HIV positive, living and undetected. And we found a cure. We have found a cure for AIDS, and the San Francisco AIDS Foundation has been a platform and foundation for me before I was after I was the facilitator for a black HIV man with positive. But I just left the foundation today at a Crystal Black Men's Group, and there seems to be some challenges between the black men who use Crystal, who are LGBT people, and Stonewall, which Stonewall has a very great Crystal Med group. And we know how Crystal is affecting the house authority. The young lady and her son died because they found crystal pipes there. I think oftentimes when these decisions are made, they are not made with everyone, how it's affecting all African Americans or all gay people. But this is a very interesting point to be at, because we just can't create services for people who they was challenged today. Are we gay or are we black? Because we know that in San Francisco, it's affecting the housing projects today, as they were out here marching today with the NAACP. So this is a critical moment. I just ask whoever speak today that you know that nothing should be made quick and fast dealing with African American gays in San Francisco versus just black people in San Francisco. We have been divided too long on these issues, from housing to sexuality to where we live and who represent us. So I urge, with today being Bishop Flunder birthday, happy birthday, Bishop Flunder. Since they have left 25, we have.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from the next speaker again. This is a hearing specifically on this contract amendment to the San Francisco AIDS Foundation. I ask you to keep your comments to that.
If a person have good pathway, I don't think such a person will end up into a gay behavior and with AIDS in final result. See, for example, today I spent some time in my admiring Holy Brother, Eric Mars district. I went to from Bagadel Center, take the number 38. to Richmond District and enjoy a real nice meal in a Chinese restaurant. All I spent is $7 with $1.20 tips. See, and I cannot describe what happened because I was a tremendous good relationship with the surrounding customers, my friends there. So if you have some better pathway engagement, I don't think you end up to be like gay people and then end up have apes. You know. Not for me, I'm clean. I'm 100% of cleanliness, purity, clarity. My clarity, body form and being is totally maximized, and my body being body form of being was totally minimized. I think I was going to get hungry now. I plan to have my same restaurant, the Richmond District, the same restaurant for my dinner. See.
Let me ask, are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. I'd like to acknowledge our budget chair, Supervisor Farrell. I do understand that Harvey Rose has done an analysis of this. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. Colleagues, this was meant to be scheduled last week in Budget and Finance Committee, but due to an error of calendaring, it is before us as a committee of the whole. So I want to give Mr. Rose and his team a chance to speak on this item because they have prepared a report for it. Mr. Rose.
Mr. Rose.
Mr. President, members of the board, Supervisor Farrell, on page 4 of our report, we recommend, based on the budget submitted by the Department of Public Health, we recommend that you reduce this contract not to exceed amount by $76,988 from the requested $14,754,365 to $14,657,577, and we recommend that you approve this resolution as amended.
So with that, Supervisor Farrell.
And Mr. Rose, I understand that the Department of Public Health is in agreement with this recommendation.
That is my understanding, Supervisor.
Okay. So, colleagues, unless further discussion, I'd like to make a motion to amend this item as per the budget analyst's recommendation.
Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to adopt the budget analyst's recommendation. Is there a second to that? Second by Supervisor Campos. Without objection, the motion to amend passes. And on the underlying resolution, if we could take a roll call vote on the resolution as amended.
On item 50, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted as amended. And with that, why don't we go back, colleagues? I do understand that the item regarding outreach advertising is ready.
Item 38.
And so if we could go back to that item.
Thank you.
Item 38.
Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me a moment to ask questions as to get some clarity on what exactly this item is about. And Supervisor Farrell has allowed me the opportunity to continue this item, and I think he's going to speak to it.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. So, colleagues, I actually would like to make a motion to continue this item to our full board meeting September the 2nd, and to give the department a little bit more time to socialize their process, and we can move it forward at that point in time.
Okay. So, understand Supervisor Farrell is making a motion. Supervisor Cohen, do you want to make the motion to continue this item? Or, I'm sorry, Supervisor Farrell is making that to September the 2nd, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. And without objection, that item at 38 will be continued to the 2nd of September. And with that, why don't we go back to item 55.
Item 55 is a motion. Item 55, motion to order submitted to the voters at an election to be held on November 4th, 2014, an ordinance amending the administrative code to increase the minimum wage for employees in San Francisco to 12.25 cents per hour on May 1st, 2015, with annual increases reaching $15 per hour in 2018, followed thereafter by annual cost of living increases.
Roll call vote.
On item 55, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Aye. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Motion's approved. Item 56.
Item 56 was recommended with a new title. It is a declaration of policy for affordable housing goals, a motion ordering submitted to the voters a policy declaration making findings, defining goals, and declaring policies that affirm the city's commitment to, number one, address the current housing affordability crisis, two, support production of 30,000 units of new housing in San Francisco, including at least one-third of those affordable to low and moderate income households, and over 50% within financial reach of working middle-class San Franciscans by 2020. Three, create a housing action and neighborhood stabilization plan, including funding strategies. Four, ensure financial support of public housing. And five, review the ratio of affordable to market rate housing at an election to be held on November 4th, 2014.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Chu, and we appreciated the additional time through the several hearings as we were still negotiating down to the last minute today on the details of the major aspect of the package that we are announcing today. Housing balance has had a long journey, and I want to emphasize that it does not stop today. This is just part of a longer road that I am personally committed to walking on with a broad coalition of stakeholders who care about making San Francisco more affordable to the vast majority of residents who live here. We started with a goal coming out of 7 years of work with the Western Soma Community Plan, and the concept was simple. We should commit to maintaining a ratio of affordable to market rate housing in our neighborhoods. Our goal was just a floor. 30% of new construction should be built for 60% of San Franciscans. This was a floor of what the city and housing developers would commit to for a city. And our residents want this, and I believe our voters want this. The dialogue and action that needs to take place neither starts nor ends, though, with the compromise that I am announcing today with the mayor's office. We have done a lot in the past, and we have more to do. And I agree with the mayor, who this morning said, who said this morning at the opening of 474 Natoma, 60 units of affordable housing, one of the last remnants of the Soma redevelopment area plan, that we must be more aggressive in achieving our vision and promise. Over the last week, a working group of our office, the mayor's office, community advocates, and affordable and market rate housing developers met and finally agreed upon a set of core terms for a housing and neighborhood stabilization plan that would achieve the underlying goal of our housing balance legislation, achieving 30% of affordability in our new housing stock. We will be implementing this plan throughout 2014 and 2015 via legislation, administrative action, and, if necessary, ballot measures next year. We are starting this process by presenting to the voters in November 2014 a ballot measure which constitutes a statement of the core values and memorializes our agreement. Today, I'm also asking the city attorney to begin drafting legislation that would set interim controls for commercial stabilization in the Central Soma plan, restricting PDR arts conversion to office use pending adoption of the Central Soma plan. I want to emphasize that this was absolutely a compromise. We are taking off a ballot measure, one that I firmly believe in and continue to, that would enable an additional layer of planning review when our city dips below the balance, providing a level of accountability to the city and our developers. I'm doing this in order to work over the next year with the mayor's office to reach our collective goal, actually of 33%, higher than our legislative goal of 30%, of housing that's affordable to the vast majority of our residents. So I have amended our housing balance measure on Thursday at Rules Committee to reflect this agreement. Key amongst the additional tools required by the community in exchange for taking the housing balance conditional use mandate off the ballot is this. First, we have agreed to looking at a minimum of 33% affordable housing of all new development in the new Central Soma plan and also future area plans. Interim planning controls, as I mentioned, in the Central Soma Plan to prevent displacement in advancement of the approval of the Central Soma Plan, which we are drafting over recess. The creation of a neighborhood stabilization trust to fund affordable housing acquisition and rehabilitation program, particularly in neighborhoods where we are seeing high numbers of evictions or a concentration of low-income residents. This is in order to take both residential and commercial buildings off the market to ensure that we are stabilizing our residents, both residents and small businesses and nonprofits. We are also committed to identifying over the next year, before May of 2015, new revenue to accelerate affordable housing projects that are currently in the city's pipeline and land acquisition strategies. Sufficient funding to jumpstart public housing rehab and HOPE SF without tapping into the Housing Trust Fund, and a legislative path forward to continue the goals of the Housing Balance Act, including the unit count. Here's a detailed list of the funding strategies that we will be researching and studying over the year to fund the Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. Potentially a general obligation bond in 2015, a tax increment set aside of the new property tax values, tiered in lieu fees, examining a concept that we've talked often about at the Board of Supervisors, where luxury housing on the waterfront may pay the same off-site fee that a developer, a 25-unit building in the Excelsior would have to pay. We know that those values aren't equal and that they should be paying different fees. Next, potentially a luxury housing fee, increasing the jobs housing linkage fee, acknowledging that our commercial office developers should also pay more into paying for affordable housing, a non-primary residence tax fee, and a lead role for the community in shaping the stabilization trust implementation, including a citywide advisory council with neighborhood councils underneath it. In addition, we are looking at ensuring 33% affordability, as I'd mentioned, in the Central Soma and all future area plans, a housing balance report and annual strategy, and the interim anti-displacement controls in the South of Market. Finally, we will be looking at development impact fees for community facilities, nonprofits, community benefit fees in neighborhoods such as Mid-Market, allowing second-floor nonprofit office and neighborhood commercial district, and a policy to provide affordable ground floor retail when we publicly finance that project. Another long-term discussion we are moving forward with is a shared commitment to finally implement the tiered in lieu fees that I had mentioned as part of the current Mayor's Housing Work Group. And I am absolutely committed to being the lead sponsor on this critical equity tool. Luxury development should absolutely pay a higher impact fee than other developments, and it's time to start scaling development fees according to what sponsors can pay. As I'd mentioned, the part of the compromise for us is that we did not come to an agreement on what an accountability mechanism would look like. And that was what the housing balance legislation was about. It was about providing accountability to the city to ensure that we would never dip below 30%. Our office is committed to continue looking at this and exploring other ways to hold the city accountable, our elected officials, including myself, and of course our housing developers. I want to recognize a number of folks that were involved in this process. First, John Elberling, Executive Director of Todco, and Angelica Kambande from SOMCAN, who led the negotiations from the community side. Fernando Marti, Peter Cohen, and Malcolm Young for providing technical expertise both in drafting the housing balance legislation and finally for this compromise. Oz Erickson and Eric Tao for being persistent and in their work to keep us together and representing developers on how we can build more affordable housing. Jeff Buckley, Tamika Moss, and Ken Rich from the Mayor's Office for their work in brainstorming a list of package of tools to begin working on in lieu of a housing balance ballot measure. ACE, SEIU 10-1, Senior Disability Action, Harvey Milk Club, Local 2, and Supervisors Norman Yee, David Campos, John Avalos, and Eric Marr for their strong co-sponsorship of this legislation since April. And finally, I want to thank April Veneracion, who spent hundreds upon hundreds of hours on this legislation, starting from her days as director of SOMCAN to now, and to thank her in advance for her hundreds upon hundreds of hours to make the set of tools a reality. So before us today, Board, is a measure that is a policy statement, again, memorializing this list of agreements. As I said again, we we were not able to come to an agreement on everything that I want to see, but I don't believe that discussion ends today, that we will be able to pursue all of these things legislatively and potentially through the ballot in a future year. So, colleagues, I ask for your support.
Supervisor Moore.
I wanted to first thank Supervisor Kim for the hard work and her staff on this. Coming out of the San Francisco tenant movement conventions, it was one of the critical measures, along with the anti-speculation tax, I know that are critical for the future of our city. I have mixed feelings about this. I'm going to be supportive, though, but because I really appreciate the work to create a concrete work plan over the next 9 months, and the housing justice organizations being involved with the process. I feel that 33% goals set for affordable housing are way, way, way too low, given the housing balance or the housing element, and also even the Association of Bay Area Government recommendations that if we build housing, well over 60% should be affordable for the people that live here. I know many organizations are not supportive of this, but some in the affordable housing community and others are supportive. But in the interest of moving forward to protect the soul of the city, to work together in building as much affordable housing as we can, I'm going to be supportive of this, but I have mixed feelings about a much weakened version than what the housing justice movement and I and many others wanted. But I know it wasn't easy to come up with a strong policy statement and an effort to pull in different groups. So I appreciate that effort, and I'll be supportive.
Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I just want to thank Supervisor Kim for her leadership on this particular issue. I was extremely concerned about the rehabilitation of both public housing and affordable housing developments in my district, and the inability to allow for development opportunities that would, in essence, pay for those projects to move forward in a more timely manner. I do know that we have a lot of affordable housing to build in the city. I also had expressed serious concern about who gets access to that affordable housing, because that's been another challenge that I continuously face in my district. And so moving this item forward, it is a balance, it's a first step, but there's definitely more as a city that we need to do in order to ensure that the folks who are in need of this housing, the folks who need their housing units rehabilitated and taken care of, get taken care of, and we need to do that at a more rapid pace. And I'm looking forward to really finding more ideas and putting those to the table through legislation in the future as well. So thank you again, Supervisor Kim, for your leadership on this matter.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Breed and Marr. I want to emphasize what Supervisor Marr said. This was not easy, and I also have mixed feelings about it. And I know that not everyone that support a housing balance is on the same board yet. But what I do want to emphasize is that we do have a clear and unmuddled path for the ballot this year, where we are focusing on displacement and ensuring solid coalition support for the anti-speculators tax, which will also be on the ballot for November, an important piece of ensuring that we are stabilizing our existing residents.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to thank Supervisor Kim and her staff for all the work that has gone into the housing balance, and to all the community folks that have worked on that proposal as well. As I noted during committee, I will be voting to support putting this on the ballot. I think that voters should have that option. That said, it is a very disappointing vote for me, because I do believe that in the housing balance, we had what I believe is one of the most effective tools that we could have had to address this crisis. And I think that the way in which Supervisor Kim and her staff framed the Housing Balance Initiative was a very simple and yet creative way of actually doing something that did something in response to this crisis. Respectfully, even though I support voters having the choice of voting on this, I don't know that this does anything other than to make a statement. And I believe that we need to do more than make statements when faced with this affordability crisis. I am all for finding compromise and finding a middle ground, but we gave up putting a housing balance measure on the ballot, and I don't know that we got anything concrete in response other than the exploration of possible options down the road. I don't think that exploration is what we need. What we need is action. And so it's a very unfortunate thing, and it's, I think, a sad day. I do want to thank the tenants, especially, and the residents who have been advocating wearing their yellow shirts for the housing balance. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. President Chu.
Thank you. I want to first acknowledge Supervisor Kim and all of the affordable housing stakeholders that worked very hard on this in recent years and recent months. And let me say, I do know that all the stakeholders who were involved in this conversation held very sincere and genuine perspectives on what we need to do to move things forward. I do support the agreement that has been reached and acknowledge and appreciate that we are not moving forward with what would have been a very expensive, divisive, and I believe ultimately unproductive fight. That being said, I think this sets us up for a conversation on how we do move forward to find adequate financing for affordable housing. I have publicly called for, and I think there are many members of the public and colleagues here who believe that on next year's ballot in 2015, we should put an affordable housing bond on our ballot. We have lost between $70 to $80 million a year of state funding when it comes to affordable housing due to the elimination of redevelopment agencies and the reduction and elimination of Prop 1C funds. And I do hope that out of the conversations that we've had in recent weeks, we'll be able to start that conversation and really move it forward. But with that, I'm happy to support this and also happy to add myself as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, President Chu. If there are no other comments, can we take this item same house, same call without objection? Thank you. So this motion is approved. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 57 is a motion to appoint 2 members to the Assessment Appeals Board Number 3. Michael Slattery, residency requirement waived for a term ending September 7th, 2015, and James Reynolds for a term ending September 5th, 2016.
Thank you. So seeing no comments, colleagues, can we take this motion without objection? Thank you. Please call the next item, Madam Clerk.
Item 58 was recommended as amended with a modified title. It's a motion to approve the President of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor David Chu's nomination of Catherine Moore to the Planning Commission, term ending July 1st, 2018.
President Chu.
Thank you, colleagues. The next 3 items are nominations that I've asked our board to hopefully support to continue the important work on 2 of our bodies that require an incredible amount of community leadership and time on behalf of volunteers in our community. For this particular item, I have recommended that we reappoint Catherine Moore. Someone who you know, Commissioner Moore, who has served the Planning Commission for the past 8 years, who is an expert architect and, in particular, an expert in urban design. Someone who has worked very closely with every neighborhood and every neighborhood association in the city, who is very experienced and has deep knowledge and history of San Francisco. I want to thank her for offering to serve for a 3rd term. The Planning Commission, as we all know, is likely the most time-consuming and most intense of our commission experiences, and thank her for agreeing to be nominated. I want to thank the Rules Committee for their unanimous recommendation of her and ask for your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I also just want to thank Catherine Moore for being willing to take up a 3rd term on the Planning Commission. An incredible amount of work, probably one of our hardest working commissions here in the city in terms of both the time and length of their meetings, but also the hours that they spent preparing, reading all these planning files and meeting with community and neighborhood associations to get their feedback. In particular, I just want to thank the Commissioner for spending so much much time with our office, even as I first came into office, to talk about her perspective on District 6 and development, and really supporting us on a lot of our priorities, but most importantly, really supporting the community, being on the lookout when there are projects coming that might be of interest to the neighborhood, and also being the voice for stabilization, anti-gentrification, historic preservation, and of course, affordable housing. And most recently, for your really incredible support for the Western Soma Plan, a plan that was really driven both by the community and the planning department. I know there was a lot of different feelings and thoughts and perspectives on that, but Commissioner Moore was really a leading voice on the Planning Commission for pushing it through and really giving it accolades for the process that it went through. So thank you again for your past 8 years, and I look forward to working with you for another 4.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to recognize Commissioner Catherine Moore just for her leadership and for always counting on her to have a very critical voice and an eye geared towards important detail, particularly as we have conversations that are shaping the southeastern part of San Francisco. Just wanted to take a moment to say thank you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we take this motion without objection? Can we approve Catherine Moore for another term on the Planning Commission without objection? Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 59 is a motion to approve the President of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor David Chu's nomination of Dennis Richards to the Planning Commission, term ending July 1st, 2018.
Thank you. President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, for this second nomination for the Planning Commission, I wanted to identify someone who had impeccable neighborhood credentials as well as a deep background in historic preservation. Dennis Richards is someone who served for over 8 years as the president of the Duboce Triangle Neighborhood Association, and through that has worked incredibly closely with the community, other neighborhood groups, and our planning department. We, as a body, twice approved him to serve on the CAC of Market Octavia. He also served as a board member of Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association. With regards to historic preservation, he was a leader with Friends of 1800 Market, which secured the city landmark status for the Harvey Milk Camera Shop. He served on the board and was the treasurer of San Francisco Heritage, and in the community, also served on the board of the Dolores Street Community Service Organization. Mr. Richards is someone who's had a tremendous reputation of standing up and fighting for our neighborhoods and historic preservation, and also is someone who has a long reputation of working well and really trying to bring disparate voices together. And with that, ask for your support, and again, want to thank the Rules Committee for their unanimous recommendation to Mr. Richards.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to be supporting President Chu's nomination of Dennis Richards to the Planning Commission. I've had the pleasure of working with Dennis Richards on many, many neighborhood issues, both before I was on the Board of Supervisors, when I was the president of the Castro-Eureka Valley Neighborhood Association, and Dennis was the president of the Duboce Triangle Neighborhood Association. We got to work on many issues as community leaders at that point. And then since I've been on the Board of Supervisors, I've had the pleasure to work with him until recently in his longtime role as president of DTNA. I cannot think of a more qualified candidate for the Planning Commission than Dennis Richards. He brings an incredible breadth of experience in terms of every imaginable type of neighborhood work, work around development and affordable housing and historic preservation and formula retail. Dennis is an amazingly hard worker who dives into the details. He will be a very, very well-prepared commissioner on day one. We'll take the time on, we know that the Planning Commission is not glamorous. They're there often until midnight dealing with a lot of different disputes, and he will take the time to really learn the facts and make sure to make a good decision. I will also say, and I said this in committee, Dennis and I don't agree on every issue. We've had our disagreements in the past, but we've been able to work through them because he is a very collegial and professional person who understands that you try to find common ground with people, and there are times when you can't agree, and when you do that, when you disagree, that's okay. That's the nature of a democracy. So I'm proud to be supporting this nomination today.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. I share Supervisor Wiener's statements. I found that Dennis Richards was a very open-minded person that just had a wealth of experience that's going to be it's going to bring a lot of value to the Planning Commission. In fact, all three of the candidates that President Chu has nominated for on behalf of the board are excellent choices. I'll just state them all at once. And I want to express my appreciation to President Chu for bringing these, especially the two new nominees, to us for consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I forgot to mention one thing. It's also, I want to thank President Chu for ending the dry spell on the commission in terms of not having an LGBT commissioner. We know that there are more than one high-profile commissions that have no LGBT representation. I know that both Mayor Lee and President Chu have been going out of their way to try to recruit good LGBT candidates, and that certainly is the case here. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I am happy to support this nomination, and I know that there were a number of people who have been lobbying to make sure that we get candidates like the ones that we have seen, and I'm glad that that effort paid off, and that we ended up with the individuals that we have. I do think that having a member of the LGBT community, especially on the Planning Commission, is something that is a long time coming. I also wish that the same thing could be said about the Latino community, because that community also hasn't had someone on planning for a while. I do want to thank not only our new planning commissioner, but our continuing planning commissioner, who I think will be an excellent team, and so look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Thank you. This motion is approved. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Item 60 is recommended as amended with a modified title. It's a motion to approve the President of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor David Chu's nomination of Bobby Wilson to the Board of Appeals, term ending July 1st, 2018.
President Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as you know, the Board of Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that provides the public with administrative review for a wide variety of appeals related to many city decisions. We're talking about the granting, the denial, suspension, revocation of permits, licenses, other entitlements by city commissions, variances, and other discretionary review decisions. I wanted to find someone who could very quickly grasp a myriad of extremely complicated and detailed administrative law and fact situations. My nominee is a woman by the name of Bobby Wilson. She's someone who grew up in public housing, went to Columbia Law School, first came to San Francisco to work fighting for individuals who had been discriminated against in the employment context at the Legal Aid Society. And then over a number of years, she has been named one of the top lawyers in California, one of the top 100 lawyers in California, a super lawyer, a rising star as the first African-American woman and lesbian partner at two major, very highly regarded law firms in San Francisco, Howard Rice and Perkins Coie. Part of how I learned about her, in addition to a number of community voices that brought her to my attention, she had served as the pro bono counsel on the multi-year marriage equality case, working very closely with Terry Stewart on that case. And she enjoyed that service so much that she decided to seek further additional service with the city, which is how I ended up finding her and have decided to nominate her. And I want to ask you again to ratify the Rules Committee unanimous decision to move her forward and ask for your support.
Thank you. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Actually, colleagues, if we were to pass this motion before us, I mean, we would absolutely hit the jackpot. Bobby Wilson is incredible. She is a force to be reckoned with. We would be very lucky to have her. I am in 110 support behind this woman. She's been an advocate on many fronts, not only in the African American community, not only on a neighborhood level, being a resident of Bernal Heights, but also within the LGBT community. It's like everything that she touches, she manifests good things. So we would be fools not to support this woman. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I just want to note that, it's interesting how life works. Bobby Wilson has been a friend and a mentor for many years, and I started out as a baby lawyer at Howard Rice with both Bobby and Terry. And I agree that with Supervisor Cohen that we are lucky that she's willing to serve. And I do want to thank President Chu for putting her name forward. I think it's an excellent choice, and happy to support my former colleague. Thank you.
And constituent.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Cohen, for making that reference to hitting the jackpot as well. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Thank you. This motion is finally approved. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Items 61 and 62 were considered by the Land Use and Economic Development Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, July 28th, and were forwarded to the Board as committee reports. Item 61 is amended with the same title. It's an ordinance to amend the Police Code to reduce restrictions on the location of and lessen permitting requirements for mechanical amusement devices and arcades and remove obsolete code provisions.
Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. This item came about because of a great business in my district that has been an excellent member of the community, but that unknowingly found itself in violation of some of the existing arcade regulations. In 1982, arcade and pinball games were becoming increasingly popular, and there was evidently some concern that they were corrupting our children and overrunning our neighborhoods and possibly leading to the downfall of Western civilization as we know it. So the Board of Supervisors passed extensive regulations, over 6,000 words controlling when, where, and how arcade games can be placed in San Francisco. There are arbitrary restrictions about how many games you can have depending on the square footage of your business. If your restaurant, for example, installs one game, you will have to pay over $700 in one-time fees and over $300 every year thereafter. You cannot have a single game within 300 feet of a school, within 1,500 feet of another arcade, or in any gas station in an NCD. You can't have an arcade game, meaning 11 or more games, in any other place located close to any NCD. You cannot operate during school hours from the day after Labor Day to Memorial Day. You're required to give the police and the Department of Public Works access to any game at any time as often as may deemed necessary, a requirement that is unreasonable, but I'm pretty sure that it violates the Fourth Amendment of our Constitution. So, and possibly my favorite clause is that if you are knowingly or otherwise in violation of the permit requirements, the chief of police will immediately impound all of your games until you pay $25 per game to the San Francisco Police Department. So clearly these codes have had their day, but they aren't quite relevant anymore. The times have changed since 1982. Arcade and pinball games are more of a niche, a novelty that appeals to people of my age and Supervisor Farrell's age and Supervisor Wiener's age and so on and so forth. According to the Entertainment Commission, there are only 2 permitted full arcades in the entire city, and if kids really wanted to play video games nowadays, all they do is take out their cell phones. We spend a lot of time passing new laws here at the Board of Supervisors, but I think it's important that every so often we go back and review old laws and bring them up to date, especially when those laws are unduly restricting residents and small business owners. So the businesses in D5 that prompted me to look at this issue has a pinball league that attracts dozens of people who enjoy spending time there and getting to know their neighbors. It is a true asset to the community, and I think it's important that we don't let outdated codes stand in the way of our small business owners and residents as they pursue creative ideas to enliven their communities. So working with the Entertainment Commission and the Police Department, I wrote amendments to these codes that will ease permit requirements for small businesses that want to add a few games to their establishments. Maintain the Entertainment Commission's oversight role with the bars who have 5 or more games. Delete arbitrary and outdated rules and strengthen controls against illegal gambling. And streamline the permit process to bring it in line with other Entertainment Commission practices. I want to thank Supervisor Weiner for joining my effort in this from the very beginning. I want to thank Giles and Kane and Cammie Blackstone from the Entertainment Commission. I also know that today with us, Glendon Hyde, who's the Vice Chair of the Entertainment Commission, is here. Commanders Garrity and Redmond at the San Francisco Police Department, and especially Deputy City Attorney Francisca Gessner for all their help and support on this issue. I also want to thank Supervisor Kim for not only co-sponsoring it, but also making a recommendation at Land Use to amend the number of games in bars from 1 requiring a permit to at least 5. I know that there have been some concerns by increasing the number of machines in bars because of the Entertainment Commission ability to implement their good neighbor policy, which they cannot do unless a business has a permit with them directly. I don't believe that one policy should be used to address other issues, and I am committed to working with the Entertainment Commission on legislation that provides them with the authority to implement the good neighbor policy they have worked so hard to establish. Legislation isn't always about passing new laws. Sometimes it's about taking the time to fix the old ones. Government should not be standing in the way of our small businesses because of fear of outdated policies that were established 30 years ago. On the basis of that, colleagues, I ask for your support to move this item forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed, for protecting our pinball wizards. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, and I also want to acknowledge Supervisor Breed's office for their work in taking out this arcane portion of our planning code, one that I didn't even know existed. And as I was reading, I was wondering if many of our small businesses and bars even know that they have to register with a permit if they have an arcade machine, because I don't think that it flows naturally when you're opening up and you want to put a pinball machine in the back room that you have to file for this permit. Something that I hear a lot about when I talk to small business owners when presenting the new minimum wage proposal or closing the security healthcare loophole is how can we make it easier for businesses to be here in San Francisco? And I've often talked about how can we make the process easier for you? I think this cleanup legislation is a small piece of that. We have a number of bars that have to apply. Come to City Hall if they want to put even one pinball or arcade machine in the back of their bar, pay a $700 fee, then go before a hearing before Entertainment Commission, and then potentially be appealed at the Board of Appeals for this machine that we have no historical evidence of actually contributing to having negative impacts to a neighborhood or a community. If we knew that these machines in and of itself contributed to negative outcomes, then yes, absolutely, we would want small businesses to come in and showcase to the city how they would be able to provide processes and rules to ensure the safety of a neighborhood or ensure positive outcomes. We just don't have that historical evidence. And I agree with Supervisor Breed that if we want to support good neighbor policies, that we shouldn't use tools like this where clearly there isn't a nexus between the actual permit and the good neighbor policy. So again, I'm really glad that this is moving forward and looking forward to playing some pinball on Haight Street in District 5 when this new business is able to open up.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I wanted to acknowledge Glendon Hyde, the entertainment commissioner that's here, and Cammie Blackwell as well, for your suggestions to make this better legislation and the follow-up as well. To Supervisor Chu's comment about pinball wizards, I was an aspiring pinball wizard, and I'll come to any of your districts and play you on your pinball machines in your own districts anytime, you guys.
Supervisor Marr, you are on like Donkey Kong.
Whoa.
Any other comments? With that, let's take a roll call vote.
On item 61, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
This ordinance is passed on the first reading. Item 62.
Item 62 is a resolution to impose interim zoning controls for an 18-month period to clarify the definition of a business sign in the Planning Code, Section 602.3, and affirming the Planning Department's environmental determination.
Colleagues, can we take this item same house, same call? Without objection, this resolution is adopted. And with that, we do have results back for our 3 p.m. special orders. Madam Clerk, I know we've already called our Lower Pole Community Benefit District item. If you could please announce the results of the ballots.
Yes, Mr. President. The returned weighted ballots voting for the Lower Polk Community Benefit District was 68.23%, and the returned weighted ballots voting against the Lower Polk Community Benefit District was 31.77%, further indicating that there was no majority protest.
So as has been just described, there is no majority protest. I want to thank the community for all their work around this. There being no majority protest, we can proceed with the vote to adopt the resolution to establish the Lower Polk Community Benefit District. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
On item 46, Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution to establish the Lower Polk Community Benefit District is adopted. And with that, colleagues, why don't we go to items 47 to 48 regarding the hearing of assessment costs for building code enforcement violations. I'd like to ask our DBI staffer if you could please summarize your conversations.
President Chu, the following items have been removed from the report of delinquent charges. They are property address 45 Cerritos, 96 Howard Street, 5976 Mission Street, 410 Clayton Street, 2574 31st Avenue, and 1846 35th Avenue.
Thank you for your work. The report, colleagues could have a motion to amend the underlying report as he's just described. Motion by Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Marr. Without objection, the underlying report will be amended. And at this time, I will declare that this hearing has been heard and is now filed. And on the underlying resolution, can we do this same house, same call? Without objection, this resolution is adopted. With that, why don't we now proceed to roll call for introductions, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Marr, you're first up to introduce new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have several items today. The first item is I will be introducing our Retail Workers' Bill of Rights today with the strong support of President David Chu, also Supervisors Avalos and Campos, and I'm very proud to be here with a coalition of community and labor organizations that have been organizing for several years for our Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. I also wanted to say, too, that this issue in San Francisco of raising the minimum wage is so important to our communities, but it's not enough. And addressing the issues of just hours and fair scheduling, but also job security and retention for many of our part-time workers, especially in the retail industries, is so critical for our communities. I'm proud that we have a coalition, Jobs with Justice, and a number of organizations that are a part of our coalition that will be advocating for this Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. And I just wanted to ask if they could stand up today. Many of them are retail workers themselves that have led our campaign to develop strong policies in our city. But thank you for being here with us. Jobs with Justice, for example, is a coalition of community and labor organizations in the Bay Area that's worked with my office and Supervisor Chu and others to develop this important new policy measure to help us close the economic inequality gap in our city that's growing before us. It's a wealth gap and an inequality gap, and that squeezes low-wage workers in many ways. Raising the minimum wage, as I said, is not enough. We must also promote full-time employment and stable work schedules for many part-time workers. Retail, restaurant, and other service workers, bank staff, for example, are not just living paycheck to paycheck, but hour to hour, and they suffer from involuntary part-time work and erratic schedules. Many of my own family members and close friends are a part of this workforce that don't know sometimes when they should be coming in or not, or are on call and then not given the amount of hours that they should get. Also, our Retail Workers' Bill of Rights will help us restore a fair work week and increase economic security for tens of thousands of low-wage workers in our city and their families. I want to acknowledge not just Jobs with Justice, but also a number of other organizations that are part of our coalition: the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, or ACE, SOMCAN, the South of Market Community Action Network, Young Workers United, United Food and Commercial Workers, or UFCW, SEIU, Service Employees International Union, which I used to be a shop steward of, Unite Here, and the San Francisco Labor Council, and many others. Our Retail Workers' Bill of Rights, and I know President Chu will give some remarks after I'm done, but this four-part Retail Workers' Bill of Rights is a package of innovative labor policies with four key components. One, promoting full-time employment and access to hours. This simple policy would require that the employers offer more hours to existing part-time workers before hiring new part-time workers or using a temp agency or staffing agency or contractor for the same responsibilities. Number two, it would discourage abusive scheduling practices. This policy would require that employers pay workers a minimum of 4 hours for their regular rate of pay if the employer requires an employee to be, quote, on call for a specific shift. Or three, if a shift is canceled within less than 24 hours notice. The third prong is equal treatment for part-time workers. This policy would permit or would prohibit discrimination against workers based on their part-time status or inability to maintain, quote, open availability, end quote, with respect to their rate of pay. Access to employer-provided paid or unpaid time off, access promotion opportunities, or hours of employment. So it's about equal treatment and fair treatment for part-time workers. And lastly, the fourth prong is worker retention and job security. This policy would protect workers from losing their jobs when their company is bought or sold by requiring that the existing workforce be kept on for at least a 90-day trial period by the new owners. This Retail Workers' Bill of Rights is really important in supporting low-wage workers as they struggle to live in our ever-increasing, hard-to-live-in city. These provisions, of these four provisions of the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights, will be applied to all large retail establishments that are considered to be formula retail businesses, the chain stores that have 11 branches or more in this country. And that's according to our San Francisco Planning Code. There are over 1,250 formula retail or chain businesses in San Francisco, including big box stores like Target and Lowe's, fashion retailers like The Gap, H&M, Forever 21, specialty retailers like Radio Shack, and grocery stores like Trader Joe's and Safeway. It also covers chain restaurants from Starbucks to McDonald's to Olive Garden, plus chain hotels and banks like Bank of America or Wells Fargo. This effort also is part that Supervisor Chu and I have been involved in is part of a national campaign for a fair work week that's been led by Jobs with Justice, but also many other organizations around the country. Congressman George Miller has introduced legislation with others to raise the issue at the national level. We're doing it locally in San Francisco to not only raise the minimum wage, but to address the working conditions that leave so many part-time workers in fear or with instability in their lives. Also, these policies can have a huge positive impact on the lives of tens of thousands of part-time workers, low-wage workers, retail workers in our city. The national impact of this effort would lead to many other cities probably following suit to look at ways that they could improve the working conditions of many low-wage workers as well. At this, or earlier today, I stood with a number of retail workers from Safeway, security businesses, from the Gap, and from Starbucks and other companies, and they raised the issue that this would really make their lives and staying in the city easier, and they stressed that this is really an urgent matter, a matter of staying in the city or being pushed out like so many others are being done right now because of our economic and wealth gap that's growing in our city. Lastly, I wanted to say in the op-ed that I authored along with Young Workers United co-director Samantha Adam, I think this is an issue where workers aren't just living paycheck to paycheck, but it's hour to hour. And this measure, the Retail Workers Bill of Rights, will go a long way to make sure we have more stability for low-wage workers and part-time workers in our city. The last point I was going to make for my introduction before Supervisor Chu gives a few comments. I think this effort is also extremely good for our San Francisco economy. A Retailer Workers Bill of Rights not only lifting low-wage workers out of poverty, but it also is good for our economy. Many employers today offer good full-time jobs with predictable, stable schedules. So there are good high-road employers in our city and nationwide. However, the overall trends in the growing San Francisco service sector indicate that some employers are looking to cut costs by cutting workers' hours and avoid creating a career ladder. That's what I would call low-road type employers, and I think we're trying to alter that their ability to do that as a low-road employer. When they do that, it puts a competitive pressure on those good employers to encourage in the same low-road cost-cutting strategies, and that ultimately drives down job quality at a time when inequality is at an all-time high in our city of San Francisco. And that's why workers today should be offered access to full-time hours, for example. Lastly, I wanted to wrap up by saying that I think this effort is very urgent for our city, and again, it will help us lift many of the part-time and low-wage workers out of poverty and give dignity to many workers within our communities. So with that, I'd like to ask if Supervisor Chu would like to give some remarks.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Mr. President.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Marr. Today I'm pleased to stand with Supervisor Marr and our Retail Workers Coalition to announce the San Francisco Retail Workers Bill of Rights. You may remember over a year and a half ago, I decided to propose our family-friendly workplace ordinance, and thanks to the support of this board, our city became the first in the country to create the rights of parents and caregivers to ask for flexible workplace arrangements. And I'm proud that a couple of weeks ago, President Obama issued an executive order providing this same right to over 2 million federal workers. As part of the first draft of that legislation, we had actually included provisions to address predictable schedules, but the topic turned out to be so complicated that I proposed that we convene a table of stakeholders who include labor, working family advocates, and employers to specifically address this topic as we have done over the past 6 months. During these discussions, we've learned how unpredictable schedules and abusive on-call practices can threaten economic security, create work-family challenges, and undermine worker health. We've also heard from several excellent employers about best practices in this area who've figured out how to manage predictable schedules to help not only the bottom line of our companies, but also the lives of our workers. When Supervisor Marr and I recently learned that we had both been independently leading different coalitions to address the challenges, and it turns out that many of the ideas that we have considered overlap, we've decided to join forces today to tackle these challenges. Today, I'm pleased to serve as Supervisor Marr's lead co-sponsor with regards to his legislation, which addresses two elements of the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights. I'm also working with our task force to introduce legislation after the recess to address the remaining elements of the Retail Workers' Bill of Rights to make workplaces more predictable for our workers here in our city. In the midst of our city's affordability crisis, we still have too many residents and families juggling multiple jobs, juggling that becomes impossible with inflexible work hours, unpredictable schedules, and unreasonable on-call practices. With our combined legislative package, we look forward to asking San Francisco to again lead the way in being a national leader in this area. I want to thank again those of you who are here from the community who've worked with us to move this forward, and look forward to our work together.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go back to Supervisor Marr, who will finish his items.
And thank you so much to President Chu, but also Supervisor Campos and Avalos for co-sponsoring. I wanted to give a special shout out to Jobs with Justice, Michelle Lim, and the coalition that we've been working with. We'll be telling many of the stories of many part-time workers over the next few months, and in September we look forward to a lively dialogue about how we can lift up many of the part-time and low-wage workers in our city so that they can enjoy the fruits of living in the city. And this is about fairness and equal treatment for many part-time workers. The next item I'm introducing today with support of my co-sponsor, Supervisor John Avalos, is part of this effort to make sure that we protect the soul of the city, and as a growing inequality gap occurs, how many people are being pushed out of the city by greedy speculators that are flipping houses and buildings. So along with Supervisor Avalos and the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, or ACE, I'm introducing a measure that will create a registry of speculators, or it's a registry for defaulted or foreclosed properties. And these are many of the properties that are being bought up by the real estate speculators and are contributing to our displacement and housing cost crisis in our city. Multi-unit buildings purchased through foreclosure proceedings, for example, or through real estate sales often become the site of evictions and contribute to the withdrawal of affordable rental housing from our city. Because of this, I'm calling it the Speculator Registry. Since 2008, millions of families throughout the nation have lost their homes to foreclosures. In San Francisco, approximately 4,000 families have lost their homes. A fraction of these homes were sold to a third party through a public auction that occurs at the backside of City Hall. We are in a foreclosure crisis still. Families in San Francisco continue to fall behind and are at risk of foreclosure. And a fraction of these foreclosures will eventually go to auction. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers report, The Calm Before the Storm, we can expect another wave of foreclosures in the next year, foreclosures that can end up at the auctions behind City Hall. The city has an interest in helping residential and commercial property owners avoid foreclosures and speculator-initiated evictions, in ensuring that if a foreclosure or speculator-initiated eviction cannot be prevented, all applicable taxes and fees on the property transfer or foreclosure process are paid to the city and county of San Francisco, and in monitoring distressed and or foreclosed properties to ensure that they remain well-maintained and do not cause blight in the surrounding communities. The creation of this registry of properties in default and REO properties is necessary to enable the city and county of San Francisco to effectively achieve the goals stated above because of the inadequacies of existing public records in this area. You just can't get any data on anything right now. This ordinance would establish a system to register and monitor residential properties that are subject to foreclosure by requiring lenders who foreclose on a residential property to register the property and provide contact information for the party responsible for the property during the foreclosure process. It would also require the purchaser of a foreclosed property to update the registration with information about subsequent sales of the property or any of its dwelling units within 5 years after the purchase at a foreclosure sale, to allow the city to monitor speculation and its effect on San Francisco's housing inventory, including the withdrawal of affordable rental housing. And finally, the speculator registry would authorize a registration fee to offset the expense of maintaining the registry, and it would provide for an administrative fine for failure to register a property or update a property's registration. I urge your support. And very briefly, this coming Tuesday, August 5th, is the 31st Annual National Night Out Against Crime. It began in 1984 as an effort to promote involvement in crime prevention activities and community police partnerships. In the Richmond District, at our Richmond District Police Station on 6th and Geary, we'll be having McGruff, the crime dog, and SF Safe, the Safe Bikes program, and many different groups. The firefighters will be there with their barbecuing as well, and we urge you to come out. Also, the Park Station has a wonderful National Night Out as well. That's at 1950 Page Street from 5 to 9 p.m., and we urge you to join us in both of those police stations. Also, coming up in a little over a week is a 3-day Outside Lands music concert. The incredibly diverse performers and musicians will be coming to Golden Gate Park on August 8th through the 10th, and it's an incredible lineup again this year. Another Planet Entertainment has organized it, raising $14 million since its inception in 2007. And it continues to support many of the different Recreation and Parks Department programs throughout our city, but especially in Golden Gate Park. There is a community hotline that anyone can call if you have a complaint or a suggestion, and that hotline number is 415-390-2737. That's 390-2737. And the hotline number opens up on the festival days from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. So that's from Friday, August 8th through Sunday, August 10th. And also the MTA and other city agencies have convenient phone numbers to call if somebody pulls their car up in front of your driveway, unfairly blocking your driveway. It's very easy. There are several tow trucks that drive around the park and would be able to move those cars, and the MTA's number is 415-553-1237, 553-1237. And my understanding is residents have the ability to block their own driveways, but non-residents don't have the ability to block anybody's driveway. Also, park access, there's a number of different places you can go to understand which parts of the park will be blocked off and which road closures will happen. And I would just urge folks to call that community hotline if you have any questions, or to call my office as well. We always monitor it for the full 3 days of the festival. Thank you, colleagues. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, colleagues, today I'm introducing a request for a hearing which we'll hold in September about water conservation in the city. There will be two aspects of it. The first is to provide our city departments, particularly Rec and Park and DPW, with an opportunity to explain to the public what steps they're taking and what steps they aren't taking. There's been a lot of confusion around why some water features are being turned off, why some plant watering is or isn't happening, and so this will be a good opportunity. The second aspect will be to explore with various departments whether legislation is appropriate to require that probably new construction of multi-unit buildings have water meters for each individual unit. Right now, you can still build a multi-unit building where it is not individually metered for water, and so there's no real incentive for individual units to conserve water or even to know how much water they're using. For older buildings, it is often infeasible to actually shift over to individual metering, but at a minimum we should be taking a look at this for new construction. And I was actually surprised to learn that is not already a requirement. We will also receive a status on where we are in increasing the amount of water recycling that we're doing in the city and just water reuse generally. I know the PUC has a number of plans, but I think we are behind in terms of where we should be for water recycling. I also will be joining Supervisor Breed, who I know will be speaking at greater length, and several other colleagues in sponsoring the approval of the MTA contract to purchase the next generation of light rail vehicles. This is incredibly exciting. We don't have enough light rail vehicles. They break down a lot. They have defects. And we see the results. Riders see the results every day in the subway, on the T, out in the Sunset, out at Balboa Station. We need more of these vehicles, and I'm very excited about this next generation in terms of having a better product, having many more LRVs, having the ability to easily link and de-link at West Portal Station so that we can have 3- and 4-car trains in the subway. And so I'm just very excited about this, and it also underlines the importance of transit funding because it's going to be a process for us over the coming years to fund the actual purchase of these vehicles, and we're going to have to recommit to properly funding our public transportation system. And the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Yee.
I submit.
Supervisor Yee will submit. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have 3 items for introduction. I'm continuing the saga around the mortgage principal reduction effort that my office has been engaged in with the City of Richmond. And now I have substitute legislation for the resolution that was before us earlier this month. Actually, the substitute legislation will be creating or directing the city attorney to negotiate with the City of Richmond the creation of a JPA. And that will actually lead us into the process of actually voting later on an ordinance that would have the terms in place for the Joint Powers Authority. The resolution also creates some of the terms for those negotiations. We want to make sure that the questions that people have had so far can get built into how we form this Joint Power Authority. The JPA will indemnify the city and cover all the costs of the program. That's what we want to negotiate into the JPA, as well as the JPA's potential use of eminent domain could be limited to residential mortgages. It would not have the power to use eminent domain on actual homes or property. The JPA will only propose using eminent domain in mortgages where there is consent from the homeowner. It is the hope that negotiating this JPA that meets these terms will alleviate many of the concerns that people have expressed for this program. And we're also looking to the future, where most of San Francisco is not experiencing the foreclosure crisis and underwater homes like other communities around the Bay Area. There is always the potential of that happening again. There are also neighborhoods in San Francisco, especially on the southeast and southern part of San Francisco, where there still remain homes that are underwater as well that need support from the city. So this resolution would direct the city attorney to negotiate the terms, also working under the auspices of the Mayor's Office of Housing. We wanted to make sure that any program that's built that's supporting households against defaults and foreclosures and underwater homes would have the support of the Mayor's Office of Housing. They would be ideal to be part of that process. I have a couple other items for introduction. I have a letter of inquiry about the intent of the San Francisco employee retirement system to televise their meetings here in City Hall. Earlier this year, there was a commitment that was expressed by the retirement board to do just that. Yet we have not seen any progress made, despite the fact that there's money in the budget for that to happen. So we want to just make sure that we can move forward as the retirement board deliberates on the $18 billion they have in public investments for our retirement funds. That should be done under the scrutiny of television and under the light and transparency provided by City Hall venues. So hoping that could get responded back before we come back on September 2nd. And then the last item I have for introduction is something I'm really excited about in the Excelsior District. We have our native son of the Excelsior District, Jerry Garcia, our most famous native son, will be experiencing, his birthday will be August 1st. He was born August 1st, 1942. This coming Sunday, we'll be celebrating the 9th anniversary of Jerry Day at the Jerry Garcia Amphitheater. But what's really unique about this time is that we've actually now finally moving forward on creating plaques in the homes of Jerry Garcia where he lived in the Excelsior District. He lived at 121 Amazon Avenue in the Excelsior, and he also lived at 87 Harrington in the Excelsior as well. He grew up there and went to school at Balboa High School. And so we want to really, show what the Excelsior has been able to create, often is overlooked in many parts of San Francisco, and we really feel that the plaques will help to showcase the great talent that's come there and still continues to be fostered there in our great district. And we're hoping that the plaques will be installed by next year, which will be the 50th anniversary of the Grateful Dead. And if you didn't know, Jerry Garcia was one of the founding members of the Grateful Dead. And the rest I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, today I have one item that I'm extremely excited about. I'm introducing legislation that will allow Muni to replace and expand its entire fleet of trains. This is a $1 billion, once-in-a-generation investment in our transit system. The contract is up to 260 new light rail cars, including 24 for the Central Subway, 151 to replace our entire current fleet, and an additional 85 to expand and improve service. The trains will be designated, built, and tested locally in Sacramento. They will be more reliable, more efficient, safer, cheaper to operate, and more flexible than the trains they replace. They're projected to run over 10 times longer, 59,000 miles instead of 4,000 or 5,000 miles before needing significant repair. And they came in 20% below comparable purchase price. This contract is the product of years of work. It is very badly needed, and I am so happy to see it come to fruition today. I've been speaking about the new trains probably since I first became supervisor, and I would go out and talk to voters in the Upper Haight, Lower Haight, Inner Sunset, Coal Valley, all over the district, almost in every instance. The biggest concern my constituents had was the N-Judah. Constantly, can you fix the N-Judah? Can you take care of the N-Judah? Now, bear in mind, the N carries over 40,000 people every day. It is the single busiest line in Muni's entire system, bus or train, and it is consistently delayed and overcrowded. But I would tell people, have faith, we will make it better. So for the past year and a half on the board, I've made not only the N, but the M, the L, the KT, the J, and all of Muni one of my highest priorities. We work with the Inner Sunset community and the MTA staff on a series of Muni forward improvements to the N and the Inner Sunset. Supervisor Wiener and I developed a new seating layout to create more spaces for passengers in crowded trains. We have held hearings on existing fleet of Breda trains and the plans for their replacement. I've worked with MTA's Director of Transit, John Haley, to launch shuttle train service on the most crowded parts of the N line. I've helped secure funding for the new trains through the TA, local, and other sources. And we have written about the trains in my monthly newsletter so many times that I think my readers are probably tired of hearing about it, and clearly they want action. But I keep writing about this new train purchase because it's important. It's such a monumental step towards improving Muni and making transit first a reality here in San Francisco. Barring multi-million-dollar investments in expanding the Market Tunnel or creating new subway lines, this is probably the single greatest thing we can do for Muni riders. On paper, we theoretically have 151 trains now, but many are damaged and others break down so frequently, often because of their notoriously unreliable doors, that we generally only have 110 trains available for the service. And I'm sure many of us remember seeing Supervisor Wiener go through the tunnel in the camera where the door was open and he was standing there. I won't make the face that you made, but it was pretty hilarious, but sadly pretty dangerous. That lack of trains and lack of reliable trains is what causes much of the delays. Overcrowding and frustration that Muni riders experience every single day. So we can make it better, and we will. We are already in the process of replacing our entire bus fleet. The rubber tire side and I have sponsored all of those recent contracts. Now, with this contract, we will soon have a full, reliable fleet of 21st century trains for the hundreds of thousands of San Francisco who depend on Muni every single day. I'm incredibly proud to be a part of this effort, and I can't wait to ride the new trains, the NJUTA in particular, soon. I want to thank John Haley, MTA's Director of Transit, for all of his hard work to make this purchase a reality and for everything he does to improve our fleet. I also want to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisor Wiener, Supervisor Chu, Marr, and Tang, the Transportation Authority staff, and everyone who has gotten us this far. Now, I know Supervisor Wiener gave us the bad news that we don't have necessarily all of the money to pay for all of the trains, but I do think that I'm optimistic that some of the bonds and other things that we're placing on the ballot and some of our efforts through the Transportation Authority and other things that we are doing as a board and as a city will help us get to that point. This is too important for us to hold up, and I look forward to your support. I'm really excited about this. The rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Breed. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And I want to begin by saying that I know that this is our last meeting before we go into our very short recess. So I wish everyone a well-rested recess. But I'm here to talk about two pieces, two items that I believe are very important, beginning with an item that we are introducing, a piece of legislation to continue to address the issue of the affordability crisis and housing crisis that we have here in the city and county of San Francisco. The fact is that we're not entirely clear of the true extent of the crisis that we're facing. The true scope of the displacement that is impacting so many San Franciscans is something that is not entirely clear because even though we have the numbers when it comes to evictions, one of the items that is displacing people is not something where we have information, and that's the issue of buyouts. A buyout is when a landlord offers a tenant a monetary sum in exchange for the tenant vacating the unit. And this is something that happens outside the formal eviction process. Buyouts are, in essence, a loophole in our just cause eviction laws. And under the San Francisco's rent control ordinance, a landlord must have one of the 15 just cause reasons for evicting a tenant. Some of those reasons are based on the actions of the tenant, like failure to pay rent, and others are considered no-fault evictions. An example of a no-fault eviction is when an owner decides to move into a unit that they own. The San Francisco Just Cause Eviction Scheme was carefully crafted to protect tenants and especially to protect rent control units here in San Francisco. And buyouts are essentially a loophole around those protections because they allow landlords to evade an official eviction by offering a tenant a monetary sum to vacate a unit without having to go through the actual formal eviction process and have to assert one of the 15 causes for just cause evictions. We know that protecting the rent control housing stock in San Francisco is a major component of addressing our housing crisis. In fact, rent control units compose more than 50% of the city's price control housing. Notwithstanding the efforts that we have undertaken, including the efforts by Mayor Lee, the Board of Supervisors, Tom Amiano, Mark Leno, our efforts to amend the Ellis Act in Sacramento have failed. And as a result of that, now more than ever, we must continue to act locally to do everything we can to protect our tenants. We don't really know the full extent of the existence of buyouts. We know that from talking to our advocates and the report that was issued by the budget and legislative analysts, we know that for every Ellis Act eviction, there are a number of buyouts that take place. Depending on who you ask, that number can be 4, 5, 6, 7 times 7 buyouts for every eviction. And so we know that it is a very significant issue. And the legislation that I'm introducing today is a balanced piece of legislation that does a number of things. One, it requires landlords to provide tenants with information about their rights related to buyouts at least 45 days prior to commencing negotiations. Second, it requires landlords to submit any written agreement or material terms of an agreement, including an oral agreement, to the rent board within 7 days of execution of a final buyout agreement. It grants the rent board the power to initiate administrative action against a landlord who fails to do either of the above. It gives tenants the right to initiate a civil action against a landlord for failure to inform tenants of their rights prior to beginning the buyout negotiations. It requires the rent board to post buyout agreements on its website, and beginning in 2016, it requires the rent board that it report to the Board of Supervisors on the frequency and nature of buyouts. And finally, the legislation imposes the same condo conversion prohibitions that are already in place for other no-fault evictions. I believe that this legislation accomplishes a number of important objectives. First, by requiring the registration of buyouts with the rent board, we will finally have the data to actually understand the level of displacement that is happening through buyouts. This information will help all of us here on the Board of Supervisors, as well as the mayor, craft further policy solutions to address the issue of displacement. Second, oftentimes when a landlord offers a tenant a buyout, there is, unfortunately, an imbalance of negotiating power between the landlord and the tenant. This is especially the case when the tenant has limited English skills. I have heard many times from many residents stories of a tenant accepting a very small buyout offer to vacate the unit, a buyout offer that was substantially less than the relocation amount that legally the tenant would be entitled to. This balances and levels the playing field, but making sure that every tenant fully understands their rights before entering into negotiations. This provision will help balance some of this inequity that is occurring, especially in places like the Mission and other parts of the city. Finally, this legislation will help protect San Francisco's rent control housing. Our stock of rent control housing will be protected by preventing landlords from condo converting rental units after a buyout in the same manner as the landlord is prevented from condo converting after a no-fault eviction. This means that a landlord would be unable to condo convert a unit for 10 years if he or she has made multiple buyouts in the same building, and will not be able to condo convert at any time if he or she makes a single buyout to a senior, disabled, or catastrophically ill tenant. I look forward to the discussion of how this piece of legislation that deals with buyouts will further address the affordability crisis that we are facing. I want to thank my co-sponsors as well as the organizations that have worked with me to draft this piece of legislation: the Tenants Union, the Housing Rights Committee, the Eviction Defense Collaborative, Just Cause or Causa Justa, the Chinatown Community Development Center, the Tenderloin Housing Clinic, and the Eviction Free San Francisco. I also want to especially thank our City Attorney's Office, which has been working diligently on this piece of legislation and a number of other pieces of legislation that we have put forward. And I know that we have taken up a lot of time of our City Attorney's office, and their excellent work is greatly appreciated. The final issue that I want to talk about is something that is happening in my district and something that I think a number of you may have heard about or read about in the paper. And that's what's happening with the Planned Parenthood clinic that is located in my district in the Mission near Bernal Heights. And I want to provide some context for what's happening. In 1993, David Gunn was shot and killed on his way to work at the Pensacola Women's Medical Services Clinic. The shooting occurred in the middle of an anti-abortion protest that was aimed at the patients and staff at that particular clinic. That same year, Dr. George Tiller, who was serving as the medical director of the Women's Health Care Services in that clinic, was shot in both arms by anti-choice protesters. Dr. Tiller would survive that shooting only to be shot and killed 16 years later by another anti-choice activist. There have been approximately 4,750 incidents of violence against abortion providers in the United States and Canada in the last 20 years. I want to provide that context because what's happening in my district, where anti-choice extremists are targeting women as they're going into the Planned Parenthood clinic that we have in my district, as well as the people who work in that clinic, has to be put in the larger context of what has happened in similar clinics in other parts of this country. Unfortunately, recently, the United States Supreme Court held that a 35-foot buffer zone in the state of Massachusetts was unconstitutional based on the facts that were presented in that case. Today, because of that ruling, there are questions about the legality of the buffer zone ordinance that we passed here in San Francisco and that I authored. Because the status of that buffer zone that we passed is unknown, I am introducing a request that we as a Board of Supervisors meet in closed session so that we can obtain advice from our city attorney concerning our buffer zone, and that we consider in closed session the various options that we have as a board in terms of protecting the rights of these women. The buffer zone ordinance that I sponsor in 2013 allows for a fixed 25-foot buffer zone to be marked and noticed at the entrance of the Planned Parenthood clinic and similar clinics, and exits, driveways of any facility that provides reproductive health services, facilities that are not owned or operated by hospitals. We believe that this ordinance is necessary to prevent protesters from creating stationary barricades and gauntlets between a patient and a healthcare facility. It is my opinion that women attempting to enter health clinics like Planned Parenthood should be free of harassment and intimidation. And having visited time and time again this clinic, including visited very recently, I can tell you that what we're seeing in front of this clinic is not free speech. It is harassment and intimidation. I have seen it firsthand. The behavior of the protesters in front of this Planned Parenthood clinic goes beyond what the First Amendment envisions when it comes to free speech. They are creating a direct barrier to healthcare services, standing a few feet in front of the doorway and trying to keep women from going in. And when women go in and people pass by the clinic, they try to shame the individual. They try to dissuade them by intimidating them. They try to physically block the clinic. And when someone passes by and disagrees with what they're doing, they actually try to go after the person and harass the individual. I believe that what is happening is not only wrong, but it is illegal. Until the Board of Supervisors makes a policy statement as to how we're going to proceed in terms of protecting these women, the San Francisco Police Department will not enforce our buffer zone ordinance. I personally believe that this buffer zone needs to be enforced as soon as possible. But because the police department is awaiting to hear direction and get direction from the Board of Supervisors, I think that it is important for us as a board to meet as quickly as possible on this issue. And my hope is that we can meet during our first meeting in September when we return from our break. In the meantime, I have asked our city attorney, I have asked our police department so that they can do everything within their power to make sure that other laws that are currently in place for the purpose of protecting women who are accessing not only reproductive health, but are accessing the clinic for other purposes, that we do everything we can between now and then to protect access to this clinic. Women's rights are being violated here in San Francisco. If we cannot protect access to reproductive health in San Francisco, then where else in this country can access to reproductive health be protected? I want to thank our police department. I want to thank our city attorney's office. We have met with them repeatedly, and I know that they're making this item, this important issue, a priority. But I do believe that we need to act quickly. And I know that there will be some questions about the legality of the ordinance, but I think that we do have very good legal arguments, including factual differences between what's happening here and what was ruled on by the Supreme Court. I believe that San Francisco needs to continue to follow its tradition of protecting the rights of people, even when there are legal questions involved. We pushed the envelope on same-sex marriage, and we eventually won, and we were proven to be right on that issue. And I believe that we need to continue to do so here, and we need to push the envelope in this instance so that the right of women to choose for themselves what to do with their bodies and the right of women to access health care is protected. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Okay, just a couple items for introduction today. First, colleagues, I am introducing an ordinance that limits the amount of space a building is allowed to convert once it's designated a historic landmark. Over the last few months, I've been working with the tenants of 2 Henry Adams, and one of the buildings in the PDR zoning district that was petitioning for a landmark designation. Their proposal to convert their 5-story building to office space and displace long-term tenants generated significant concern about displacement. Now, based on a survey that I asked the planning department to conduct, there are approximately 14 other buildings in the PDR 1D and PDR 1G areas that could be eligible for a landmark designation. Now, under the current planning code, these buildings are allowed to convert 100% of their space to office, irrespective of whether or not they displace any PDR tenants. Now, the ordinance that I'm introducing today limits the number of floors that a historic building will be able to convert to office space by establishing new floor controls. I believe that this legislation strikes the right balance between allowing higher revenue uses, such as office space, to support the maintenance of these historic buildings without displacing long-term tenants or cannibalizing an entire PDR building. Now, you've heard me time and time again stress the value of PDR and the value that it brings to our city because it provides essential blue-collar jobs and diversity to our city's economy. Now, not addressing this issue, I believe we would lead us down a path of undercutting all of the work that we've done collectively to support a growing local manufacturing industry right here in San Francisco. My second piece of business is just to give voice to what's been going on here in San Francisco in the last several months. There have been a number of incidents of gun violence across the city. Several of them have been in the southeastern part of San Francisco. And in this year alone, these acts of violence have stolen lives of 20 individuals prematurely and scarring countless of others physically as well as mentally. The current epidemic of violence in America threatens not only our physical health, but also the integrity of basic social institutions such as our families, our communities that we live in, as well as our city and our healthcare system. Gun violence is a national epidemic, and we need to create innovative policies and coordinate existing services to prevent the violence that we're seeing in our neighborhoods from continuing to grow. We all deserve to live in communities free from fear and the threat of violence, and no one should have to live in a society where lives are lost often too early for no reason. The violence that we see across this entire city is a statewide public health issue that must be addressed as such. Today, I held a press conference on the stairs of City Hall, and now I'm introducing a resolution to establish a citywide gun violence task force that will comprise of city departments and, more importantly, community leaders that are on the front line. And in the past, the city has developed several task forces to deal with important issues that we have dealt with right in this particular chamber: wage theft, prostitution, single-room occupancy, hotels, electronic crimes, and other issues. But I believe that there is no other issue in this city that deserves and needs more of a coordinated support than the resolution for the epidemic of this gun violence. Now, the task force will be made up of approximately 17 members, comprised of community members, representatives from Health and Human Service Agency, the Police Department, as well as other law enforcement agencies. But also a critical factor in this is the San Francisco Unified School District, as well as the Department of Public Health. These representatives will have specific qualifications, including work experience with at-risk youth, as well as mental health experience. I'd like to thank a few of my colleagues that have stood with me the last several weeks and have also been enthusiastic and early co-sponsors of this particular piece of legislation. I'd like to recognize Supervisor Breed, Supervisors Avalos, Kim, Chu, Weiner, and Marr. All have been with me and the community as we begin to find a way to address the senseless act of violence. Finally, I also would like to recognize another resolution that I have spoken on in the past 2 weeks, as well as we've taken public comment on, and it's a resolution commenting on our commitment to invest in the safety of our children in parks and open space. And Madam Clerk, the rest I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Kim.
I apologize for such a long roll call. I have a couple too. I know that today is Supervisor Norman Yu's birthday, and I want to wish him a happy, happy birthday. I won't say how old or what you're now eligible for.
Would be eligible for free Muni Pass for seniors if we had it.
But the first is one that I announced during my introduction of the compromise measure, which is I am asking the city attorney to begin drafting interim controls for the Central Soma plan to prevent conversion of arts, PDR, nonprofit space to office. The second, similar to Supervisor Marr, I want to announce National Night Out next Tuesday, August 5th. I'm really excited. We have 3 in District 6, the Tenderloin at Bodecker Park, South of Market at Victoria Manalo Draves Park, and Treasure Island as well. And I will be attending all 3, and I'm looking forward to them and working with the neighborhood and Southern and Tenderloin Station to make them a success. Third, my prayers are with the 6 victims of yesterday's vehicle collision on the boundary lines of District 6 and District 3 on Post and Jones last night. A stolen vehicle was speeding through an intersection. There was a pedestrian, a cyclist, a taxi cab, and a passenger, as well as a passenger of the vehicle that was speeding, that are injured and were taken to General Hospital last night. Most importantly, my thoughts are with the cyclist who does have life-threatening injuries, is in the hospital, and we hope that this will not be another fatality here in San Francisco, but that the cyclist will be well. Finally, I want to submit an in memoriam for Mark Anthony Salambitis and would ask the board to adjourn today's meeting in his memory. Last night, I joined close to 200 members of our community in memorializing a young man who was recently killed on 6th Street. Community organizations, United Players, and Chalk came together to organize this tribute to Mark Anthony at 6th and Natoma at City Crossroads Church and Youth Program, a refuge for this neighborhood, which was also located on the alleyway where he was found bleeding, to ask the community to recommit our stand to end violence. Mark Anthony didn't live in the district, but I'm very familiar with the organizations that he worked at, in particular Chalk, where he spent the last 4 years, Communities in Harmony, advocating for learning in kids. I was already a huge fan of Chalk, a youth workforce development and leadership training program for at-risk and high-needs youth, but after last night, I love Chalk even more. Friend after friend and family members talked about how much Mark loved Chalk. It was the first job that he was ever excited about and the first time that they had ever seen him excited to get up in the morning. And he talked over his 4 years there about how much he loved helping his peers and helping others. During these 4 years, he turned his life around and fell in love with his girlfriend Jade and had a baby, Stella Rose, who is now 1. Mark Anthony was a public school kid. He attended Washington and then later graduated from Galileo. He came to Chalk as a young adult. His mentors described him as being systems involved, proactively seeking employment and a better life for himself and his family. He excelled in the Reset and Youthline programs and was promoted to youth supervisor. In fact, he was the fastest promoted young person in Chalk's program. His friends and family described him as thoughtful, outgoing, and a good listener. His mother-in-law and friends loved his Colgate smile, and he was known as a charmer. He was a dancer and loved music. He was a technology and, according to his friends, a hood nerd. His mother-in-law said he offered to make breakfast every morning that he stayed with them, and was not just a father to her grandchild, but also a father to her younger kids. He was a beacon for many of his peers who were also struggling to find purpose in their life, and he successfully transitioned from Chalk and became a full-time artist. Mark was most proud of his 1-year-old daughter, Stella Rose, who he adored. He found purpose by being a father and working to be a good father. Many Soma youth respected him as someone older who came from a shared background with shared obstacles but had chosen life. He was a big brother to many. At 11 o'clock p.m. last Tuesday, Mark sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, mere steps away from where 18-year-old Daniel Beltran was killed earlier that morning in front of Henry Hotel. He was taken to SF General Hospital where he passed away, and his friends said that to his last moment that he was speaking in defense of others when he was shot. He was 25 years old and is survived by his daughter, Stella Rose, his girlfriend, Jade, parents, and an older sister. He was called an angel by many, meant to have a short life to touch the lives of many, and he will be missed really dearly. Mark's family could not be with us today, but they wanted me to let the board know how much it meant to have the board adjourn in his honor. They also asked that we pray for his mother, who has been unable to comprehend the loss of her only son and has been unable to leave her room because he was the light of her life and her only son. I know that SFPD is working to bring the shooter to justice. Anyone with information on Mark's homicide are encouraged to text the police at its anonymous tip line, tip 411, with SFPD at the beginning of the message. The community has also organized a fundraiser for his memorial, but also for his young girlfriend and his young baby. And I have posted the link to that memorial fund on my Facebook page, and I hope that you will all consider giving even $10 or $20 to his family. Thank you, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. He sounded like a beautiful young man. Supervisor Avalos asked to be re-referred.
Thank you. Just briefly, I wanted to mention the co-sponsors to the resolution directing the city attorney to negotiate JPA. I want to thank Supervisor Eric Marr and Supervisor David Campos for their co-sponsorship, and Supervisor Jane Kim as well for her co-sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I forgot to thank my staff that has been working on the buyout legislation. I specifically want to thank Hillary Ronan as well as Laura Lane. And we also had the assistance of Edwin Lindo, who is a volunteer from my district, who he himself has actually been dealing with issues of displacement So just wanted to say I know that a lot of time and energy went into it, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Mr. President, that concludes roll call for the introduction of new business.
Thank you. Why don't we go now to general public comments? Madam Clerk.
At this time, the public may comment generally for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, including items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar. Please note that public comment is not allowed on those items which have already been subject to public comment by a board committee. And pursuant to Board Rule 4.22, please direct your remarks to the board as a whole, not to individual supervisors nor to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time. If you would like a document to be displayed on the overhead projector, please clearly state such and then remove the document when you would like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
Let's hear from our first speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and I have to say that this year's supervisorial budget process was very disappointing. Where was the accountability? The public library has continued to deal in unlawful actions, secrecy, and less service for more money, and the supervisors have not asked even a single question about a whole range of issues that have come up within the last year. The Fair Political Practices Commission in California found that the city librarian violated the law. They fined him and required him to refile his mandatory financial disclosure forms because he had not reported receiving thousands of dollars from the Friends of San Francisco Public Library. Was it concealment? Was it not knowing how to fill out the form or some other problem? The supervisors never asked about that. The library's massive reduction of space for library materials went forward via removal of an entire west wing on the 5th floor that housed bound magazines, gone, and you have to wait a whole day and know what you're asking for. The supervisors never asked about that reduction of access to materials. Newly added rules that the library is considering that would massively restrict access by people for vaguely worded rules that are so bad that the ACLU and other groups have opposed it. No questions asked. The library attempted to shorten every single evening session that was open till 9 o'clock with all the branches down to 8 o'clock and to cut some Saturday mornings. Luckily, we blew the whistle on that. Why were there no questions about less service that the public wants? There needs to be more accountability and more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I have the projector.
SOGov TV. Thank you much.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm calling all San Francisco supervisors' attention. Be mindful. Every year, February is supposed to be the annual observance of Black History Month in the United States. Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, which includes San Francisco. City Hall recognized both months with no colorful lights, no flags. Stockton Street is adding an underground rail system designed primarily for the Asian population in Chinatown. My question is, what qualifications do Black Afro-Americans need to have? What class do they need to have? When it comes to general contractors' jobs, decent supportive housing accommodations, it should be prohibited to mix with HUD affordable housing. Black Afro-Americans shouldn't have to search for understanding in San Francisco. Let's be mindful. San Francisco is inundated with poor American kids that's unsafe and doesn't need their eyeballs checked. Black Afro-Americans are retreating out of San Francisco. They simply cannot afford to live here without the proper access to the resources that are normal in wealthy communities. San Francisco has a Major League Baseball team, the San Francisco Giants, with not one Black Afro-American player swinging a bat. My question again, what is the qualifications? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the cabal, my name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard 13 meters above and 10 blocks from sea level, I rise to comment on the recent $2.95 million windfall for my landlord, the Tenderloin Housing Clinic. Members may recall my previous expressions of dissatisfaction with this organization and certain of its staff. The general theme of my complaint is that they generally fail to deliver the secure and healthy environment so loudly and proudly declared by its president, Randy Shaw, who is generally not around to observe, much less care what actually happens. Front desk staff generally neglect to enforce the visitor ordinance so that guests wander the hallway and disturb tenants on a regular basis. Front desk staff generally neglect to document noise violations at night and tobacco violations at any time. In fact, members of the staff are violators themselves. My beloved city and county, in its less than perfect wisdom, has seen fit to protect this THC from the regular rules of landlord-tenant relationships. Recourse to small claims or other courts, though available, is quite expensive. But now, members, now there's this big pot of money out there. Expenses can be recovered. Damages can be recovered. The injured can be compensated, and fees can be paid. Suits must be filed. Lawyers are trembling with eagerness, I am sure. I would suggest that you, members, by resolution, advise THC to hold this windfall in escrow for several years until judgments are satisfied. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jaquela Burton. I'm with the San Francisco Living Wage Coalition. I was a participant in the Community Jobs Program, which I was in for 9 months, and CJP is actually a 6 to 9 month long dead-end job program. When I was done, I was left going back to square one, which was welfare. Afterwards, I didn't meet the minimum qualifications for a entry-level city job because I did not meet the minimum of 1 year of experience and couldn't find work. At that time, I had to relocate to Oakland because finding employment and affordable housing didn't seem to be an option. My family goes back generations of being San Francisco natives, but me, on the other hand, was displaced. We're partnering with SEIU Local 1021 with the support of the SF branch of the NAACP in a campaign to transform broken welfare to work programs into genuine job training programs. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Danisha, and I'm also with the San Francisco Living Wage Coalition, born and raised in San Francisco, District 10. I was in the Community Jobs Program, 6-month program. After the program, I was left with nothing, back to square one. I feel the program is a broken welfare to work system, which are dead-end programs that are not leading to long-term employment. People that are in need of their GED are not getting it, and that was supposed to be a priority. We need the welfare to work programs to be transformed to real job training programs with a path to a living wage so that we can be self-sufficient and take care of our families. And I feel if we had more jobs in our communities, that would lessen the crime rate for our young brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Candace Davis, San Francisco Living Wage Coalition, talking about the Community Jobs Program. The current programs do not provide participants with adequate training and job skills needed to gain gainful or long-term employment. Also, the programs are welfare to work programs, so they hold the participants to strict time limitations. These time limitations are virtually a waste of time because during the time participants spend on the program, they're not receiving the proper skills. So let's just work together and improve the program. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience and commissioners, good afternoon. Very briefly, I have two things on my plate today. One is that last year I spoke to this board about the San Francisco 49ers being kicked out of town. It turns out their new stadium is open, $1.3 billion worth, and two is that I recommended that Candlestick Park be turned into a soccer palace. The 49ers are already turning their stadium into a soccer palace in the meantime. between $50 and maybe $100 million would retrofit it. Soccer is played by both young girls, men and women. So I think it would be appropriate. It would also be a fundraiser for the city and county of San Francisco. Secondly, as I get into my 14th letter to this board and the Ethics Commission coming up and the Civil Service Commission coming up, is that some of the members of the African American community that want jobs, all they have to do is get into their car and become a taxi driver. Under the Uber laws and the laws in the city and county of San Francisco, they can drive a taxi at will with no problems whatsoever. They need no regulations under this administration. Under the SFMTA, they just can get into their own vehicles. I think SFO checked out, and even the insurance problem, which has not been rectified or clarified at SFO, will suffice for the moment. Cabs pay $1 million a year for insurance. Uber cabs pay nothing. Last but not least is I have 14 or 13 letters for you that will be going to the San Francisco Civil Service Commission in the mail before I speak to them. I thank you for your time on this issue. Bye-bye.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Doris Miller Wilder, returning concerning the property at 1129 Mendel. Now, when I spoke earlier, I asked for a token payment to be accepted whereby I could put more funds on the repairs on the property. That was denied, flatly denied. I had to submit the whole total funds.
Excuse me, ma'am. I understand that you are commenting on an item that we had a hearing on before, item 48. Is that right?
I'm sorry?
Are you commenting on the Department of Building Inspection decision in item 48?
Yes.
We already had public hearing on that item. You are free to contact the Department of Building Inspection to talk about it, but we've actually already resolved that item. If you want to speak about another topic, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, now it's a matter of like the funds that I wanted to spend on the property, fixing it, I have to pay the violation fee, and in so doing, that diverts from the fixing of the property. It's beginning to stress the family out because we have limited funds. And I'm going to go down to the Department of Inspection tomorrow and speak again concerning the violation. And the funds that I'm being violating, they go on my property taxes. Thanks.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Stressing me out.
Good evening. My name is Felicia Jones, and I'm a leader in SEIU 1021. And I am leading a coalition that includes SEIU 1021, SEIU 1021 Social Economic Justice, SEIU workers, and the community. Being in partnership with the community, SEIU 1021 supports the petition for redress and grievances regarding San Francisco Black community that addresses housing, health, education, employment, jobs, and mass incarceration. In 1970, 96,000 blacks lived here in San Francisco. Today, we have approximately 44,000. The displacement and the out-migration has not been addressed neither by the mayor, the Board of Supervisors, or anyone else in the city of San Francisco. We stand before you bringing this to your attention that there has been 3 documents. These 3 documents span over 48 years, and the disparities of blacks in San Francisco still exist. Enough is enough, and we are here to work with you, not against you. But at the same time, you must be willing to address the disparities that exist around employment, Poverty. Blacks represent 24% of the poverty, yet and still we only represent 6% of the population. 71% of blacks are extremely poor. We would like to also address the housing authority and the privatization of what is going to happen in 2015 as a result of white corporate companies coming in and going to run San Francisco Housing Authority. It has already displaced a number of African American workers within the city and county of San Francisco, and it still is.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Treva Stewart. I am a member of SEIU 1021 Wealth and Disparities in the Black Community Leadership Team. I'm here in support of the petition for redress of grievances regarding the San Francisco Black community. I have a few comments about the educational disparities. The disparities are well documented and long-standing. These are the facts. Black students rank the lowest in test scores despite recent district improvements. They have the lowest graduation rates, the second highest dropout rates, the lowest qualifications for UC admission, and they experience disproportionate levels of poverty. While only 10% of black kids make up 10% of the public school population, they account for more than 50% of suspensions and 62% of expulsions. This is not acceptable. We should be ashamed of this, especially in a city like San Francisco. We have a responsibility to work collectively and to collaborate on how to reverse this phenomena and level the playing field. We can't turn a blind eye to the situation. We have to invest in our children. To ignore and do nothing is a tragedy, and for you all, a dereliction of your duties as public officers. I'm asking you to commit to take action to eliminate the disparities and to demand equality and justice for black kids in San Francisco. We do not need to commission another study. We do not need to create another task force. We need to take action, and we need to take it now. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
My name is Maddie Scott. To the Board of Supervisors and all who are present, I'm an advocate for over 20 years in the city as the founder of Healing for Our Families in Our Nation. I'm here today as a member of SEIU 1021 Wealth and Disparities in the Black community. As of today, we have lost 22 lives have been taken by violence, including one last night to a stabbing in our city. And this is due to a lack of opportunities for black and brown and poor people in District 10 in the city, where 12 of the 22 lives that were lost were African American, and the majority was from District 10. Jobs, educational training programs, housing and opportunities are the answer. We're tired of going to funerals and want to go to college graduations. We must stop killing the programs and services that keep young black and brown males off the street. We must stop with mass incarceration, where blacks make up less than 6% of our population here, but make up 56% of its jail population. Black arrests are 19 times the rate of the city's white residents, and African Americans are experiencing an average of 50% of all shootings and homicides in the city. 1 in 5 black children have incarcerated mothers or father compared to that of white children. More black men were in prison in 2012 than were enslaved in 1850. And we make up 6.5% of the U.S. population, yet we are 40.2% in the prison population. It costs $88,000 to incarcerate a juvenile, but $9,000 to educate a student. And as I said, it is time to stop the killing and start the healing of programs and services here. And SEIU 1021, Healing for Our Families in Our Nation, and all of us are here to say that we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Another task force won't do. It's time for action. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Supervisors, I'm Tony Kelly from the Community Leadership Team of the African American Wealth and Disparities Caucus, and I'm just going to share the petition for grievances for redress of employment and housing disparities in the San Francisco's black community. Whereas the unemployment rate of African Americans in San Francisco is consistently 2 to 3 times that of white residents, 25% of black San Franciscans live at or below the poverty line, 50% of black San Franciscans fit the low to very low income household standard, and black people own only 4% of businesses in the city. We petition the elected leadership of San Francisco to perform the following in the area of employment disparities. Expand local hiring mandates to permanent jobs beyond the construction industry, including public sector jobs and jobs created by city contracts, and create specific employment equity programs facilitating the hiring of low-income residents under those mandates. Expand the Office of Economic Development's Jobs Now program to target the long-term unemployed and disadvantaged workers in zip codes with a higher proportion of low-income workers. Adopt provisional civil service and temporary classifications and hire provisional workers to permanent civil service jobs. Now to housing. Whereas 1/3 of African Americans in San Francisco live in homes in need of severe or moderate repair, represent 1/3 of residents holding Section 8 vouchers, and 50% live in public housing, and prices for rental housing in San Francisco exceed that of the larger Bay Area by over 50% for comparative housing, we petition the elected leadership of San Francisco to perform the following in the area of housing disparities. Establish tax credits and down payment assistance for low and middle income renters and homeowners in need of assistance in the neighborhoods of color at risk of gentrification. Aggressively build middle income housing with city subsidies that require completed housing to be made available to low and middle income residents for 20 years. Use a certificate of preference program to maintain diversity in San Francisco and to retain the traditional character of the neighborhoods. We urge you to take immediate action on these and the other measures in this petition. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Diane Smith. I just stepped up because a candidate for Supervisor District 10, Tony Kelly, just read what I prepared, and it is a representative. First, let me say it's representative of what we feel. As the chairperson of the Housing Committee, I'm a member of the Black Wealth and Disparities, supported by SEIU. And I put that information together because to establish tax credits, we all know what that will do. We need some practical solutions. Also, the exodus, whereas 1/3 of African Americans in San Francisco live in homes in need of severe or moderate repair, represent 1/3 of the residents holding Section 8 vouchers, and 50% live in public housing, and the prices for rental housing in San Francisco exceed the larger Bay Area by 50%. Now, we all know this. We know to rent an average apartment in San Francisco costs approximately $3,000 now in the Bay View. The city at large, $3,900. So when we ask for tax credits, that is so people, it used to be just for homeowners, but we're asking for renters now. We're asking to aggressively build dedicated. That means there will always be an inventory. And so, Supervisor Campos, I want to thank you. It was a pleasure to hear you represent the people of your district instead of buildings, places, and things. Supervisor Cohen, we know that you do that, but we need you to step it up. We need you to help us right now. The certificate of preference I placed on as something to deal with because it would create, there is a certificate of preference somewhere. It should cover everyone in every housing project, not only the San Francisco Housing Authority, but also the projects owned by redevelopment. Privatization is absolutely scary. There must be some protections. We do have the petition, and this is for black communities and communities that are at risk. We're in a state of emergency, supervisors. It's a 911, and we need some action now. I hope we don't have to wait till after the election.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeffrey Petrie. I want to say thank you to the supervisors for allowing me to speak. I want to say I am in support of the redress of grievances that SEIU local union is supporting. This great city of San Francisco can and do much better, especially for the black, brown, and underserved community. I fall in the underserved community. I had issues myself, and I found out that it was lacking. Many resources lacking. Everyone that's talked about, and I'm on the panel of the wealth and disparities, and everyone can do much better in this city. I think we can all do better. We should do better. Thank you.
My name is Frank Williams. Hello to the Board of Supervisors. I'm a member of the SEIU 102 Wealth and Disparity, and I'm here in support of this petition for redress of grievance regarding San Francisco black community. According to Adam Hudson, 2013, police officers, security guards, and self-appointed vigilantes extrajudicially killed at least 313 African Americans, 2012, according to a recent study. But this means that blacks were killed at the rate of every 28 hours. And when it comes to homicides from 2000 to 2010, there were over 53,000 killings of African Americans in the United States alone, according to Wall Street Journal. But we know that those numbers are flawed. The Bureau of Justice 2007 reported as many as 9,000 African Americans that are murdered annually in the United States. These killings come on top of other forms of oppression that black people face. And here in San Francisco, where we're only 6% of the population and 58% of us are incarcerated, we are also inside of a San Francisco county jail that never had one African American in custody program to work with our population. When we look at our recidivism rate, the recidivism rate are high when it comes to African Americans. Why from 1983, when we had 11% of the population in San Francisco was African American, 48% of the county jails was African American. Why in 2014, 6% of the population in San Francisco is African American, and 58% of the county jail are African Americans. What are we doing here? And when we talk about violence, the violence is coming from oppression and from induced frustration. And our black people are not getting jobs at 18 years old. They discriminate upon when they graduate out of high school, and they're going straight into the county jails, into the prisons. So we need to do something about this. We are in a state of emergency. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Perry Lang, and I wear a number of hats in the community, including as executive director of the Black Coalition on AIDS and the African American Community Health Equity Council. As I stand before you and listen to my colleagues come before this, I'm deeply saddened. And I recognize that this one body cannot answer all of our concerns. However, I do believe that we have assembled an unlikely coalition, grassroots coalition of organizations, including the SEIU, that is attempting to put together a comprehensive solution to deal with a pressing issue in our city. And I ask you to please don't take it lightly, to look through the issues that are outlined and see what we can make a part of a reasonable legislation, to see what we can tweak and adjust our budget so we can address some of these issues. We've had several meetings over the past 4 months, and the community has turned out in droves, basically pouring their hearts out on these 5 issues. We must do something. We must do something. We have a community that is hemorrhaging. People are crying out, and there must be a balm. There must be a balm in Gilead. One of the things that I just want to add on the health side, because that's the area of my focus, I think they come up with some creative ideas. You know, if African Americans are disproportionately bearing the brunt of chronic diseases, why not begin to look at the pharmacies and pharmaceuticals to see if they can contribute something to stop this? If indeed we're passing millions of dollars in the health department to get at these issues, and the African American Health Initiative budget is $1.4 million and it hasn't quite achieved what it needs to achieve, why not double it?
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Julie Fisher from UFCW5, United Food and Commercial Workers, who lived and worked in San Francisco for nearly 30 years now. So thank you for this moment to speak to everybody that's here. Not yet. I want to particularly support meeting the challenge of this disparity. I think these welfare to work positions that have a short time limit, it's like the revolving door that many other employers offer, and none of us want that. We want people who get jobs and can keep jobs and keep working. We need participants in our community. So UFCW5 wants to join with SEIU, Living Wage, and the San Francisco Labor Council, and all of you to make this happen. Thank you.
Are there any other? Oh, please step up.
Well, I did bring the hat. My name's Larry Edmond, and I want to say I've heard you all speak so much of SRO people. Inside of this hat, what I have is a picture. It shows you what I look like in February. I was happy. That was before I would come to my room and find this noose. And you know, what they're telling you is that there's a lot going on all over this city, but we in the TL are experiencing things we have no representative. Today I feel the NAACP 1021 and the living wage stands and speaks for us. I want to thank Ms. Cohen, and I want to thank Ms. London here. But this is what's going on. We in our building, mice come in and they eat the wire around the refrigerators. And they be in the refrigerator. Also, we don't have ventilation. This is what happened. Our limes and plum granulates, they go dry. We need to know that Donna Sterling is not running our city. To the mayor, we need to Trent Rohrer at the Home Service, people in inspection. Once my inspection, I could not get an inspection when you come home and find a loose in your room February the 21st. So they're asking my attorney at AIDS Legal Refer, which is Demetrius, is asking them to respond to give me another inspection because Shelter Plus is not housing for people with AIDS. They do not treat us correctly there. And it's very important that I will not kill myself on the birthday of the president. I'll be in court August 4th, Monday, here at Superior Court to testify again. So, you know, for Habitat for Humanity, it's affecting us all. We do not want this to be a Donna Sterling city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tommy Gilberti, 1967, the Beatles released a song, When I'm 64. I was 16. In 3 months, I'll be 64. 1967, a Vietnamese war was going on, 500,000 troops. Gulf of Tonkin, a lie. It started with a lie. 1968, Richard Nixon. I have a secret plan to end a war. A lie, complete flip. Between the two of them, 50,000 people died. President Reagan, sleep at the wheel, a lie. Iran-Contra, a rogue element in the government. Weapons and hostages, and the middleman was Israel, the quiet one. Go to President Bush. 2000, what are we doing? Weapons of mass destruction, big bomb attack, more lies. Any of these people were honest brokers. Now the government isn't an honest broker to its own people. It isn't an honest broker to the Palestinian-Israeli peace process. It's time America gives it up and joins the rest of the world, which started an organization on the next block. It's called the United Nations. I'm looping for weeks now what the Warsaw Ghetto was during World War II, the slaughter in a movie called HUD of a herd of infected cattle and what's going on in Gaza right now. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak in general public comment? Seeing none, general public comment is now closed. Madam Clerk, could you go to our adoption calendar?
Items 65 through 67 are being considered for immediate adoption without committee reference. A single roll call vote may enact these items. If a member objects, an item can be removed and considered separately.
Colleagues, would anyone like to remove any of these items? Supervisor Campos.
65.
65. I'd also like to sever item 66. And Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I'd like
you want to sever item 67?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't we then just take the items in the order in which we see them? Madam Clerk, could you call item 65?
Item 65 is a resolution to prioritize approval of a supplemental appropriation up to the amount of $3.4 million during fiscal year 2014-15 to fund a cost of doing business allocation for nonprofit agencies that contract with the city.
Supervisor Campos?
Thank you, colleagues. This is an item that I have introduced to address the very important issue that we still have a concern that our nonprofit workers have not received the level of adjustment in terms of cost of living that others have, and so this would allow us to correct that issue. I would like to see a full complement of the board before we act on this item, and I don't know if Supervisor Marr.
Supervisor Campos, if you'd like to defer this until the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we, and without objection, continue this to the end of the meeting? Colleagues, Madam Clerk, could you call item 66?
Item 66 is a motion to authorize the preparation of written proponent and opponent ballot arguments and rebuttal ballot arguments for submittal to the voters at the November 4th, 2014 consolidated general election.
Colleagues, we had circulated last week, and on the board agenda is our proposed motion for which colleagues will be responsible for preparing written proponent and opponent ballot arguments. Given that the dust is now settled around the housing balance items, what I would like to propose is one final amendment to the motion that we have in front of us, and hoping that someone could make this amendment. What it would do on page 3 is it would strike the references to the original ordinances that were proposed by the mayor and by Supervisor Kim, and then it would add on that page a declaration of policy regarding affordable housing goals with Supervisor Kim as the proponent for that argument. I also want to just mention on page 1 on line 19, it should read Supervisor Yee, not Supervisors Yee. And then for on page 5 and 6 to strike the references of all of the various charter amendments and ordinances for which there are no opponents, with the exception of the Golden Gate Park Recreation Fields Renovation Act, where I'm referenced as the opponent arguments, and then Supervisor Marr is referenced on page 7 under the Declaration of Policy regarding transportation priorities. So unless there are any questions, I'd like to entertain an amendment to that effect. Amendment by Supervisor Kim. Is there a second to that? Second by Supervisor Breed. If we can take that amendment without objection, that should be the case. And then on the underlying motion as amended, if we could take a roll call.
On item 66 as amended, Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed. Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu.
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The motion is approved. Item 67.
Item 67 is a resolution to support and encourage the Department of the Environment and the Port in developing a policy to prohibit the transportation and export of hazardous fossil fuel materials.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I've received a request for this item to have a more lengthy discussion. So, I'm going to make a motion to send this item to committee. To send it back to committee.
It's your privilege to do that. This item will be sent to committee. Item 68.
Item 68. Mr. President, we have already approved item 68.
Oh, right. That's right. So why don't we now go back to item 65 now that we have a full complement of colleagues. And with that, Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. And I appreciate the comments earlier by Supervisor Campos, and obviously this has been the product of much dialogue. While I have concerns with this, given the precedent-setting nature of it, I do believe that we should have an up or down vote on this. As this has been part of our budget discussions, at least towards the end. So what I would like to do is suggest make a motion to suspend our board rules such that it doesn't take 8 votes to pass this from the Board of Supervisors, but simply a majority vote of the Board of Supervisors to get this passed.
Okay, so my understanding, and I'll ask our clerk, is that we would first take a vote on whether or not to suspend the board rules to bypass committee.
That's correct, Mr. President.
And so if you want to have the resolution be voted on up or down today, you would vote aye for that question. If you want the item to go to committee, you would vote no. So with that, unless there are any questions, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Supervisor Marr?
Oh, I think Supervisor Farrell would need a second.
Second.
So seconded by Supervisor Campos. Roll call.
Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
So at this time, we would suspend the board rule to bypass committee. And with that, discussion on the matter itself. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Supervisor Farrell and the rest of my colleagues for supporting the opportunity to have an up and down or down vote on this issue. I simply underscore that I know that all of us appreciate and respect the work that nonprofit workers do. They're in the trenches fighting some of the most vulnerable individuals that we have, and they're not making a lot of money. And I think that as we ask them to do very important work, that we should also make sure that we help them and their families be able to afford to live in San Francisco and the Bay Area. So I ask for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. President Chu. Thank you. Colleagues, I have always supported nonprofit cost of living increases, and in fact, in past years, I've worked with a number of you to help lead on this issue. And as Supervisor Campos just said, I also agree that nonprofit workers often do some of the most important work in the city at the lowest salaries. And with that, I can support this intent to prioritize funding, but I also want to acknowledge that this year, as we have in prior years, it is very likely that there will be a variety of needs that could arise, and that could include, for example, needing to fund violence prevention efforts in the Southeast neighborhoods, tenant needs related to our affordability crisis and evictions, the social service needs of undocumented youth fleeing violence in Central America, emergency medical needs, as a number of our colleagues have discussed. So I wanted to ask, given that this is, from what I understand, I don't think during my time I've ever considered a resolution to support a possible supplemental appropriation. I just want to ask our Deputy City Attorney, Mr. Givner, my understanding, this is a non-binding resolution, so that if we were to actually make a decision to spend money, we'd have to pass another supplemental appropriation. Is that right? I just want to understand what the process would be.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner, that's right. The resolution is essentially an expression of intent that the board will later in the fiscal year, when revenues become available, adopt an appropriation ordinance, and the board could consider that appropriation ordinance at the time and make a policy call at that point as to whether to adopt that ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Well, so again, colleagues, given that this is an expression of our intent for this finding, I just wanted to say I am going to support it, but with the acknowledgement that there are other needs that could arise that we would need to consider. I do not plan in the next couple of weeks to introduce a series of resolutions like this to support the possibility of needs of supporting violence prevention services or tenant needs or social services for immigrant youth or other things, but I just want to say that obviously we will have to evaluate this as the year goes by, given what the needs are. But given that, I certainly want to support our nonprofit organizations and workers and the important work that they do, and I will support this resolution.
Thank you. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. I do really want to echo all that was said between Supervisor Campos and David Chu, just the incredible work that many of our nonprofit partners provide for us in our city. I would just say that in the past I have not supported measures that were taken outside of the budget process, again, just to stay consistent with my own strong belief that many of our conversations must happen during that process and that it exists for a reason. And so again, I have even not supported measures by my own colleague here, even though they were measures and efforts that I absolutely agreed with, but again, were taken out of the context of our budget conversation. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support this today, but again, not to say that I do not agree with the fact that many of our workers do need to be making additional funds to be able to survive in San Francisco, and of course, the important work that they provide for us.
Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple comments. A couple of years ago, when I was the director of the African American Art and Culture Complex, a nonprofit organization that receives city funding, I know that Supervisor Kim pushed aggressively to support a cost of living increase, which we did receive for our organization. I paid my employees very well. They also had health care benefits. At the time, I was able to take that increase that was provided to our organization and actually apply it towards programs. So I wasn't necessarily obligated as a nonprofit director to increase the salaries of my staff, and this is the reason why I can't support this item today. An increase, a COLA, a cost of doing business, whatever you call it, we don't always have control over how these funds are specifically used, number one. Number two, although I think that it is an important thing that we do throughout the process, when we go through the budget process and when we figure out how we're going to spend money, I do believe that it is important that we support nonprofit organizations doing the important work to serve our communities, but I don't think we should be taking it out of context of the budget process, especially committing ourselves to something where we have two colleagues who are running, two colleagues who won't be here in next year's budget process, and then we as members of the board will be stuck with trying to meet this obligation. I'm not suggesting that we can't meet the obligation. I definitely think we should try, but I don't want this legislation to be brought back and used as a tool to say that you made a commitment to do something when there are other priorities that I might have in my district that I want to focus on. So those are the two major reasons why I'm not going to be supporting this item today. I do think that we need to figure out other ways to deal with situations like this. Number one, we do have a budget process. The budget process is over, and it's time for us to move on and start working on some of those things that we have committed to prioritize in the budget, including significant numbers of nonprofits in my district are going to benefit because we have increased and added an additional funding to their organizations, but more importantly, minimum wage, PEEF, the Children's Fund. All of these great initiatives that we're pushing are going to add value to many of our nonprofit organizations, and I'm looking forward to those things taking effect, and I just don't think this is the right way to go about it. So thank you.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have supported some supplementals and not supported other supplementals in the middle of the year. It's very case by case. We obviously always, it's preferable for things to go through the normal budget process, but there are times when something arises in the middle of the year, whether it's an unexpected federal budget cut or some other time-sensitive situation where we really just can't wait. And so it is, for me, very case by case. And in terms of this specific item, I'm not really expressing an opinion about whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. I've supported cost of doing business in the past. I know that we have a lot of nonprofits who and workers in those nonprofits who could really benefit from a cost of doing business adjustment. Our nonprofit partners are an absolutely essential part of the work and the services that we provide and help provide as a city. With that said, what does make me uncomfortable about this resolution, it's less about the underlying substance, about whether at some point during this year we should or shouldn't do a cost of doing business adjustment supplemental. It is more about the fact that we just adopted our budget. I think the mayor signed it, I can't remember, last week, I guess he signed it. And this resolution was introduced, I guess, at the same time that we were first voting on the budget. And it just strikes me as uncomfortable to say we go through a budget process, through all the difficulties of a budget process, making difficult choices, and then we, right as we're approving the budget, say we're going to do a supplemental. I'm not being critical of anyone. I understand the desire to do this supplemental, but it's just I don't like the precedent that it sets. That's not to say that what might happen if this were to come forward as an actual supplemental over the course of the year. We'll take that if it comes. I will also say, and I've said this to SEIU, I've said this to several nonprofit representatives, one of the challenges that we had this year is that, as always, in the context of the budget, we have a very limited set of funds to work with when the budget comes to the board. It's just the way our system is set up. The mayor has a lot more latitude in terms of the budget than we do. And so the budget came to us this year, and we had the asks that we received from our nonprofit partners for enhanced services were larger than I've ever seen them. And there was enormous merit to a lot of these asks around housing, around food access, around transition age youth, and so forth. And so it put us in a position where we want to fund as much of that as we can, and having to choose between increasing services and then a cost of doing business adjustment. And I think this year, particularly given the size of some of those asks, the board went with enhancing services. And so I would just hope that in the future, the more organized an ask that we can have in terms of the increased nonprofit funding for services as well as cost of doing business, I think would be very helpful, because we all want to do right by our nonprofit partners and by the clients that they serve. But today I will not be supporting this resolution.
Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this measure, and I thank Supervisor Campos for bringing this forward. I know several meetings ago we were confronted with protesters who are nonprofit workers who gave very, I think, compelling arguments that the lack of any increases since, I think it's 2007, 2008, the second-class status for many of the nonprofit workers that have been falling behind. It's a clear product of the growing divide of wealth and increasing wealth gap in our city. I think this is the least we can do is commit to prioritize the needs of low-wage workers and many of the hardworking nonprofit workers in the city. It may be uncomfortable since we've gone through the budget process, as Supervisor Wiener said, but I think it's our job to comfort the afflicted. And if workers in the city from the nonprofit sector haven't been receiving these increases like other sectors have, I think we need to prioritize those with the highest needs that are being pushed out of the city. We just heard from African Americans talking about the out-migration and the push-out of African Americans, and I'm hoping that we have compassion for them. But for nonprofit workers, I worked in the nonprofit sector for decades, basically, and I know that when you can't even put money on your table to feed your family, that we as a board have to consider that. So I'm supportive of comforting the afflicted and addressing these issues by prioritizing it as Supervisor Campos has laid out. And I wanted to thank my former union, SEIU 10-1, for raising this issue, not just for themselves and their members, but for the hardworking nonprofit staff all over the city as well.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Chu. Colleagues, I will be brief. On the merits, as many people have mentioned, I don't think anyone in this room does not support the intent behind this. And certainly last year we passed out an additional cost of doing business increase for nonprofits, something I very much support. I felt compelled to speak, certainly as now chairing our budget committee for 2 years now, and with my amazing colleagues on the budget committee. For me, what concerns me is the precedent-setting nature of this. And the thing that I will say is, I hope this doesn't become something we do every single year where we have a budget process and then attempt to supplement down the road. We do have a budget process. I understand why we're here tonight. That's fine. But I just hope whoever's in these chambers next year and the following year and the year after that we don't do this again, because we do have a process. But again, understand where we are and look forward to putting this behind us.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
On item 65, Supervisor Marr? Aye. Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed? Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. President Chu?
Aye.
Chu, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Nope.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes.
The resolution is adopted. And Madam Clerk, could you read our in memoriams?
Yes, Mr. President. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals: on behalf of President Chu, for the late Miss Jeannie Maher, and on behalf of Supervisor Kim, for the late Mr. Mark Anthony Salumbides.
And with that, I want to take a moment and thank SFGov TV for their coverage with Nona Melkonian and Jonathan Gomwalk covering this meeting. And with that, colleagues, I want to wish everyone a wonderful legislative recess and see you back in this board chamber on September the 2nd. Madam Clerk, do we have any more business in front of the body?
That concludes our business for today, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned.